It definitely is a safety issue. So it's looking for, is somebody capable of safely operating a vehicle? Isolated memory changes, interestingly enough, don't predict safety for vehicle operation. It's more, as I mentioned, the cognitive impairment and the loss of function piece. So it's, have you gotten lost when you've been out driving? How easily are you distracted driving? Have you had some accidents? That kind of exploration starts as somebody comes in and says, Brian, my memory's not so great anymore. We have some tools that we use in primary care to do basic assessment, at least basic core assessments. And again, it looks at our overall brain function. So memory alone is not the major criteria, certainly unless it's severe. And by the time it's severe, there's loss of function in other areas. Your point is well taken, though. We have medications that affect the rate of decline. We don't have anything that stops this stuff yet. There's some stuff in the pipeline, but nothing ready for prime time. And at the moment, we have medications that will slow down that rate of decline for people. What the evidence abundantly shows is we start too late. So by the time somebody comes in, it's because their families drag them in because mom's wandering around. And by the time somebody's had a significant loss of function, slowing down further decline is good, but it's not as good as slowing down that decline when people are still really functional. So there's a paradox, right? It's actually helpful to have people come in early and share that they're having concerns. We do some testing. If we see that there are some deficits starting to accumulate, having that discussion to start medication early is actually really important. I liked this one. The information is still there. That crystallized knowledge that I talked about, that wisdom, is very, very important and is a very good compensatory strategy for people. We'll talk for a few minutes about frailty. So everybody knows the word frail. If I say somebody is frail, most of us can conjure up an image of somebody that we think of as frail. We usually use the term for the elderly, and interestingly enough, often for young children. But even more so historically, like sickly children were often referred to as frail. What the concept actually means medically is somebody who is at risk or is vulnerable to worse outcomes than you would think of the average population. And it's associated with particular things in terms of loss of strength, loss of endurance, unexplained or undesired loss of weight. Nobody my size is ever referred to as frail. Not to say you should be this size, it's bad for you for other reasons. And overall physical function. So people start to get unsteady on their feet. They have difficulty moving around. They have difficulty getting up. Very simple assessment we do for the muscular part of frailty is a thing called a get up and go test. So people come into the office, they're sitting down, they're a little worried. Often, you watch people come in and their gait doesn't look terrific. So what get up and go does is about a 10-second test. You ask the individual to sit in a chair, preferably without an armrest, get up out of the chair, walk across the room, walk back, sit down again. Tells you a ton of information. And it's actually good information and something you can do yourself at home. Can you get up out of your kitchen chair without having to either rock to get up or having to brace and push with your arms? If that's becoming a problem, then that means there's a significant loss of strength and your risk of falls goes up. So there's, again, it's a reminder to try and maintain that strength as time passes. There's an excellent, I just found it the other day, excellent website called the Canadian Frailty Network. Has a lot of information about the whole concept, what you can do to offset the effects of it, what you can do to anticipate it and see it coming, how to reduce the risk of becoming frail. Because we know that increased frailty definitely increases poor outcomes. Likelihoods of falls go up, likelihood of hospitalization goes up, likelihood of being unable to manage to continue to live independently go up. So, as I mentioned, there's loss of function, particularly in terms of mobility and safety. And people become much more vulnerable that if they get sick, they tend to get really sick. They have more prolonged recoveries. So the opportunities to offset it things that, I don't know, they must drill it into us 8,000 times in medical training, but it's sort of the, you know, milk and apple pie and motherhood statements in terms of try and eat a healthy diet, try and maintain good nutrition. And there's an unfortunate paradox that happens to most of us anyways as time passes. We tend to lose our taste for protein. People stop liking high protein foods. So often you see people drop red meat out of their diet, and then they drop pork, and then they may not like chicken even. And then sometimes fish goes out the window if it was ever there in the first place. And next thing you know, people are living on tea, toast, and breakfast cereal. And then that accelerates the loss of muscle, and the whole thing snowballs. So maintenance of good protein intake is important. The sense of humor part is our metabolism slows down as time passes because of all of these hormonal changes, and your risk of getting too many calories goes up. So what you see paradoxically is people gain weight but lose muscle, and that's doubly bad for us. So the optimal thing is, how do you enhance good nutrition, getting all the nutrients we need, getting enough protein, but keeping an eye on what we're eating so that we're eating well. It's a challenge. I can't overstate, and I'll mention come to it again in a few moments. I can't overstate the importance of maintenance of connection. Becoming lonely, becoming isolated, becoming solitary is dangerous as time passes. It's bad at any point in our life, but it becomes worse as time passes. And there actually are definitions for exercise. This isn't one of them. How does aging affect all of us in terms of joy and happiness? If you ask a young person, getting old is a terrible thing, absolutely awful. And old is defined as, depending on where you are in life, 20, 30, 40. I decided when I started practice that old was 30 years older than me. So it's awesome. I now have patients in their mid to late 80s who aren't old. But there are changes that happen. Some of them affect us and get in the way of our joy and our happiness, right? If, illness can affect us at any point in life, but obviously as time passes, our risk of having things affect our health increase, and that can have an adverse impact. Interestingly enough, there's very good, just recently published research showing that happiness peaks at around age 9 to 12. And then anyone who's ever owned a teenager knows that it tanks in the adolescent years. And then it gradually comes back, and it gradually increases for most people, through our adult lives. It peaks between the ages of 60 and 70. So there is some joy and some satisfaction that comes with passage of time. The nice thing is, as people of faith and people who understand the Lord's plan, we have a good sense of why we're here. We have a good sense that this is a stepping stone and a pathway, and we have a very good understanding that the reason we're here is to experience and to grow and to develop, and that the passage of time facilitates that. And that can give satisfaction that some people don't have. Nonetheless, things can suddenly come up out of nowhere and slam you. And adapting to those is part of it. Anticipating it sometimes helps. But Calvin knew Hobbes was coming, he still got mashed. So reacting to those events, adapting, overcoming them, it's not always easy, it's certainly not fun, but we know that adaptation happens over time. So having faith impacts our happiness, impacts our joy, and often impacts our successful transition as we age and as time passes. It tends to promote positive attitude. It tends to give us an intrinsic sense of value and self-worth. Often people feel that their life has passed and they have nothing to show for it, and this is terrible, and why am I here? Thankfully, we know why we're here, and that's important. It's important to have a sense of meaning in life. And often for people, I think it's very important for people to always have that sure knowledge that somebody loves them. And that helps maintain our self-esteem and our self-worth. And that can take a knock sometimes as life changes. And then family is super important. As I mentioned, social connections are critical. Families are an obvious place where we have strong social connections. It's not the only one, but certainly it's a powerful one. You're just about done listening to my gravelly voice. So positive aging involves embracing some of these changes. We do have some declines in physical capability. We have some declines in our cognitive function and our memory and our capacity to do things. By doing the best we can in terms of nutrition, in terms of particularly maintaining strength. One thing I forgot to mention, continually trying to learn and acquire new skills is hugely protective against cognitive decline. So we tend to become set in our ways. I know everything I ever need to know about family medicine because I've been doing it for 25 years. Not so much. We know in healthcare, for example, the body of knowledge in my profession doubles approximately every 18 months. So within a year, I'm a year behind. So there's always an opportunity to learn. And that's really the same, I think, in many, many, many fields. And the more interest people have, the more things we do to try and acquire new knowledge and new skills, the evidence is clear that the more protected we are. Faith helps. There's no way around that. Having a clear sense of self, having the connection and the community support and the people around us and the desire and expectation that we connect and we go out and do things and we participate. All of those tend to be protective and helpful in terms of offsetting some of these things that we can't avoid. And then, as I mentioned, by maintaining good nutrition, so I can't say protein enough, unless you have a kidney problem and your doctor says limit your protein, good protein intake is important. I'm happy to chat with people about details of some of this stuff later in terms of what the numbers actually show, because there's always some argument about it. But good protein intake, adequate, good nutritional intake, which basically means eating relatively simple, healthy foods that don't have excesses of anything. Life is mostly about all things in moderation, and definitely applies to these things. And staying physically active, particularly doing what we can to stay strong and stay mobile. Those things will help enhance us, protect us as much as can be done, and continue to support us as time passes and as our journey through this phase of our existence continues. Thanks very much. I liked this one. I have a 20-year-old. This comes up in conversation a lot. Oh no. It's anticipating me. It's like, we're done, Brian. Did we want to take 2 minutes or 3 minutes for questions, or do you want to move on, President Sagen?
Well, we do have a question and answer period later. You are early, so sure.
So we got about 5 minutes.
So I'm just wondering, so just a question, like if we see this happening with our parents or loved ones, where do we turn for resources? Like, do we go to their doctor? Do we look it up online? Like, where should we be headed?
It's a very good question, and the answer is it depends. I didn't mention it in the talk, but one of the struggles that often come up as time passes is loss of autonomy. So as we lose some of our abilities with aging and the passage of time, obviously some of those gaps need to be filled in. Sometimes our kids want to fill that in. The problem is kids love us, and sometimes they want to fill in all of us. And there's this funny transition that happens where the parent suddenly becomes the child. That's not ever a smooth transition that I've ever seen. It's rare for it to go well. The communication and having that discussion is super important. Sometimes we lack insight in terms of the changes that are happening, particularly when it's cognitive. And if those things are happening and you definitely have concerns about it, it never hurts to try and communicate with the family physician. Hopefully you have a family physician or a nurse practitioner or a primary care provider, or the individual does. Often, as a family doctor, if you came to me with a concern about your parent, I usually can't give you a lot of information about your parent, but the information you give me, super valuable. And then I integrate that into my next discussions with somebody. So it doesn't hurt, never hurts to share. The Frailty Network, I think, has some decent information on it. The Alzheimer's Society has some great information about how do you deal with cognitive changes in people? How do you change how you speak to people to not create confrontation? And simple things that are a little counterintuitive. Telling somebody who's having memory problems, starting a sentence with, "Do you remember?" doesn't work, right? But you can say the same thing using slightly different language and it goes well. Thanks. Yeah.
A lot of times, the important thing is to start having those conversations before they start having those issues. So to sit down with mom and dad and say, what are your wishes if this should happen, especially if Alzheimer's is prevalent in the family? I know we had to do that with my ex-husband's mom because Alzheimer's was prevalent. Her mom had had it. It had run in the family, so we had to sit down and say, Lillian, if this should happen to you, what would you want us to do? So that if we started to see the signs, we could say we had already had that discussion, right?
Yeah, absolutely. It's a good point. Coming back to the memory discussion just for a moment, one of the things I often feel badly about for people, if we don't have those discussions fairly early with a provider that knows somebody. So, you know, the majority of my patients have been in my practice now for 20 years. I know most of them pretty well. Thankfully, I don't think they're terribly afraid of me for talking to me. But sometimes people don't want to talk about these things, and then something happens, and then they end up in the emergency department. The emergency physicians don't know you, right? It's a one-off. And if you get brought in with somebody saying, hey, you got lost, or you seem confused, your license is toast, right? Their main role is to make sure, you know, what I always teach people, I was education coordinator for family medicine for quite a few years. And the things you try and teach emergency residents is what's the likeliest diagnosis and what's the most dangerous thing that can happen. So if somebody comes in with something like that, the most dangerous thing that can happen is they can kill somebody. So their license is gone. And then it's a long adventure to try and get it back if in fact you ever do. So having those conversations early, and as you said, having those conversations within the family are critical.
I was just going to mention that while working as a Kingston police officer, we had a call to somebody's house and the neighbors were there and they were concerned about Jim. And we said, okay, what's the issue? Well, Jim gets his mail at 9 o'clock every day. It's 10 o'clock. Something's wrong with Jim. We're like, well, it's only been an hour. No, he always gets his mail at 9 o'clock. We went in and checked on Jim. He'd been stuck on the floor for 20 hours. And so that made us, you know, consider with my dad, you know, ensuring that we have contact with him often, but we also got him one of those bracelets with an emergency button he can press and call for help. And so that doesn't happen. And we also have just put on doorbell cameras because he likes to go out every day and sweep his walks and everything. And we can see him go out and see that he's good and he's moving around well and everything without being too invasive.
Absolutely. Those are good strategies. I think one of the speakers later on today, there's, like I said, I'm kind of laying some of the groundwork. There's a fair bit of discussion, I think, coming later about what some of those strategies and some of those nuts.
Can we have one more question?
Yeah.
Okay, so you said you were talking about medications that slow down memory loss. So I'm 65 and I'm wondering, I've noticed little things. So it's not getting really weird yet, but so I'm wondering, should I consider medication before it's too late? Or I don't know what the downside is. I don't know if there are serious side. I'm not sure if there's a better way to handle it.
It's a great question. My advice often to my patients, so just speaking broadly, when we notice any of those things, and I was kind of half joking about the I think there's a medication for your illness. Some of those things, like I said, are relatively natural and happen. They're a really good reminder that we need to take good care of ourselves, right? Good antioxidant intake. There's some data around vitamin D. The data is not really strong. What it shows is that people who have adequate vitamin D levels have better health outcomes. The data about taking a vitamin D supplement, it's a lot sketchier. And we see that a lot with nutritional research. So people think, hey, if it's in a pill, it's got to be good for me. What the evidence actually probably shows is a diet rich in things that are good for you is good for you. When we look at the medications that we use for dementia, as I said, starting relatively early is important. They do definitely have side effects with them. They're not terrible, but they can be bothersome, certainly for many people. And they create a delaying game. What the evidence shows is they flatten the trajectory for about 2 years, and then typically people's decline will continue. So there's a bit of a sweet spot in there for eligibility in terms of the government paying for any of these medications. So Aricept is one, Exelon is another one. There's a couple of tests that we do for cognitive scoring, like I was mentioning earlier. One of them is called a MoCA. A normal score on a MoCA is 26 to 30. If you're scoring in the low 20s, you're eligible for these medications. And at that point, your cognitive function is still pretty well preserved, but there's detectable changes. So if you're worried about it, and definitely as my practice ages, I'm doing more and more of these, is if you're worried those memory changes are potentially becoming problematic, it doesn't hurt to see your doctor. Either we'll do the MoCA in the office, or we'll get a psychologist or a social worker, an OT, or somebody to do a MoCA if we don't have time. But we'll do some assessment and scoring, and if people show some degree of deterioration more than a little, then we can talk about what to do about it. Thanks very much.
Well, thank you, Dr. Devon. As we continue, if you have more questions, we are going to have a question and answer session at 12:50 for all of the speakers that are presenting this morning, and there'll be a second one this afternoon. So as you're going through, if all of a sudden you say, oh, I really wanted to ask him that, don't worry, you'll get your chance. Our next speaker is Jessica Evanson. Now, Jessica couldn't make it here today, and so she has pre-recorded her presentation. Now, Jessica Evanson, she's with Latter-day Saint she's a Latter-day Saint Family Services counselor. She was born and raised in Taber, Alberta, and has since moved back there with her husband. She received her bachelor's degree in child and human development and a master's in counseling psychology. So Jessica worked part-time for Family Services while developing her private practice. She serves children, teens, and adults who have struggles with developing or with relationships, depression, anxiety, trauma, addictions, life transitions, grief and loss, and other life struggles. Jessica has since been hired as a full-time counselor for Family Services, serving the Ontario population. So an overview to this presentation, Jessica will be exploring the mental and emotional challenges one can face when aging. So these challenges include grief and loss, loved ones, mobility issues, loneliness or isolation, changes in focus, purpose, activities, identity, and depression. She'll provide some strategies to overcome and cope with those challenges and to find meaning, joy, and satisfaction in this stage of life. So she'll also provide some ways that children can emotionally support their aging parents through these many challenges. So we'll present. Are we ready with that presentation, Dan? Okay. So without further ado, we'll listen to Jessica. Unfortunately, she won't be available for questions after this. At the end of this session, we'll take a 10-minute break, a comfort break, so you can have some refreshments or become comfortable. So we'll turn this over to Jessica Evanson.
Good morning. My name is Jessica. I'm a counselor with Family Services with the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, and I'm grateful to be here to present to you today. I so wish that I could be there in person or at least live, but I'm hoping that what I share will be beneficial or have value to you, and it'll be worthwhile to watch this presentation. Family Services was asked to present something that would be beneficial for those who are aging or those who are caring for those who are aging. And since our scope of practice is mental and emotional health, I thought that I would touch on some challenges that one might face while, going through the journey of aging, and how to overcome or move through those challenges. And to not only move through them, but to find joy and meaning in the process. So let me pull up my presentation here. All right, here we go. So my first slide, come on. Oops, here we go. So I love the scripture in Ecclesiastes, to everything there is a season and a time to every purpose under the heavens. And if we can look at that in regards to aging or life, we can see significant purpose with each phase that we go through. Looking at infancy, it's all about trust, gaining autonomy, discovering is the main agenda. Youth, beginning to discover our own thoughts and values and beliefs and morals. Identity and independence is the major quest. And then moving into the middle years, where it's filled with responsibilities. We build and focus relationships with our spouse or romantic interest, our families, children, friends, and coworkers. We become self-sufficient, begin providing for others with a desire to give back to society. This time is filled with more complex challenges and really push us to improve ourselves. And then we move into old age, which is a time of winding down. We begin to naturally slow down, allowing for reflection, passing on memories and wisdom through story, and becoming a guide to the rising generation. We also begin to depend on family and others a little more. And as we see aging and caring for the aged with purpose and value, we can really create a foundation to protect against, or at least address and move through the mental and emotional challenges that may arise. So I've organized my presentation into 3 parts. First part is kind of going through some possible challenges. The second part will really explore in greater depth how to overcome these challenges, and then I'll provide some suggestions for family members, ways to really support our aging loved ones. So possible challenges. What are the possible challenges that can arise from aging? There are a few common ones that one may experience, although this may not be all of the challenges, but hopefully it really can encompass a lot of it. So expectations. We may have expectations that may not fully be in line with how things actually pan out, which really can create frustration. It can create resentment, anger. For example, believing that we can navigate life the way we did when we were 50, thinking we have the same endurance, the same strength. And when our body does not catch up to our expectations, we become critical of ourselves, or perhaps blame ourselves or others. Or if we're expecting to be miserable, we almost certainly will. There's also grief and loss. And as we age, we simply begin to see loss more often. The loss of loved ones, spouses, siblings, good friends. Grief and loss don't just apply to death, but it can also look like loss of a career, loss of mobility, loss of a home and possessions where a care facility is needed. loss of a more active life, loss of health. I had a meaning conversation with my manager, Kevin, whom I will quote throughout this presentation because of his own experience caring for his aging parents and seeing the struggles that they've experienced thus far in this journey. He had noted mom and dad came over to their home. It was his parents' home, and his parents moved out, and then Kevin and his wife moved in. And he says mom went to get something and found that it had been moved. She was good about it, but you could see that it was hard. So even these small examples can take their toll and create a sense of loss. Another possible challenge is isolation. Friends and family move away, or family either moves away or becomes more busy, and perhaps friends aren't as mobile as they used to, or we might be not as mobile. There's a difference between having alone time and feeling lonely. Isolation, physically or emotionally, is seen as one of the greatest predictors of depression. And that leads us to depression. Isolation, lack of connection, ruminating about the past, having a negative perspective, can all lead to depression that we really need to watch out for. And just a little bit about depression. How does grief differ from depression? And I'll go over grief a little bit more in overcoming challenges, but I just wanted to add this so that you're aware of what this can look like, just to be aware of maybe loved ones who might be struggling with this or within yourself. So it's a sad, anxious, empty mood that won't go away, a loss of interest in what you used to enjoy, low energy, fatigue, feeling slowed down, changes in sleep pattern, loss of appetite, weight loss, weight gain, trouble concentrating, remembering, or making decisions, feeling hopeless or gloomy, feeling guilty, worthless, or helpless, thoughts of death or suicide or a suicide attempt, reoccurring aches and pains that don't respond to treatment. We can all feel parts of these at certain times in our life, but when it really is just our total body experience, then we know it's time to seek for help. This is really something that no one can really do on their own. So the more support that you can receive, the better, to be able to overcome this, overcome depression. So this leads us to overcoming challenges. So how do we overcome or guard against these challenges that we might face? With a few strategies, we can still find significant joy and satisfaction with our age, and embrace change and learn how to cope with the heartaches and the physical pains that could potentially come. So that includes, and I'll go over in more depth, adjusting our expectations, learning how to cope with change, working through grief, connection, self-care, mindfulness, and self-compassion. So adjusting expectations. Sometimes our own expectations can get in the way of finding joy or acceptance in aging. So what does getting older mean to you? Do you expect things to go a certain way? It's good to ask, what are my expectations about getting older? What do you expect about how much family is involved, where to live, to get the care that you need? As we adjust our expectations and become a little bit more flexible and adaptive to changes that we didn't expect, or letting go of things that we cannot control, we become more resilient and find more enjoyment in the new chapters we face in life. Coping with change. So with aging, there are going to be times of joy and also times of stress and pain. And finding ways to cope with these challenges builds our resiliency and allows us to experience joy even when we're facing those challenges. This allows us to make the very most of the good times and keep a healthy perspective. And it gives us more insight and understanding of who we are. So some ways to cope with the change is to increase our gratitude. Focus on the things that you're grateful for. Gratitude, there's so much research in gratitude and the physical health benefits that we receive when we're in a grateful mindset. Our body and our mind are so connected, and our body responds to the things that we think about. Number 2, acknowledge and express your feelings. This can be challenging for many of us, but burying our feelings can lead to anger, resentment, depression. And it's important to find those healthy ways of expressing those feelings, whether it's talking to a friend, someone that you trust, writing it in a journal, any way to get those feelings out and expressed. The third one, accepting the things that you can't change. There are many things in life that are beyond our control. Rather than stressing, we can focus on the things that we do have control over, such as ways to react to the challenges or the problems that we face. I think the fourth one, look for the silver lining. When facing major challenges, I look at them as opportunities for personal growth. If poor choices have contributed to a stressful situation, the more that we can reflect on them with compassion, the more that we can learn from our mistakes. And I will go into more depth in what that compassion can look like for us. The fifth one, take daily actions to deal with life's challenges. When the challenge seems too big to handle, we may be tempted to sweep it under the rug, seeing that as the easiest option, but ignoring it does not make it go away. It simply allows the problem to build and anxiety to increase. So as we take small incremental steps in getting to the place where we want to be, we're not going to be as overwhelmed, and we're able to slowly move, which in the long run is faster than ignoring the problem. And it allows us to feel empowered over our situation. So the last one is humor, laughter, and play. Laughter is a powerful medicine for both body and mind, and a lot of research on how that affects us physiologically. And it really helps us to overcome the challenges, look outside ourselves, and just laugh at the absurdities of life. So my next slide is how to deal with grief. So what is grief? And I like that question. In counseling sessions, I often hear concerns of, I don't know if I'm dealing with grief correctly. This is how I'm feeling, but is that how it's supposed to be? And the truth is, there is no right way to deal with grief. It is a normal and natural process that are, of sorrow, emotion, and confusion that comes from losing or someone or something that's important to you. And our inner being knows what to do. And oftentimes it's ourselves that kind of get in the way of the process. So how does grief feel? So death or loss can cause feelings of emptiness and numbness, anger and guilt, other responses such as strange dreams, absent-mindedness, withdrawing from others, or lacking motivation. It can look like trouble breathing or trouble eating or sleeping. And all of these feelings are normal, and they do pass. The more that we can allow ourselves to go through these things and kind of accept, okay, this is the process, then the more able we are to overcome. So which leads to the next question of, well, how long is grief going to last? And the answer is as long as it needs to take. It can last months, it can last years, and it depends on the person and the circumstance and the experiences leading up to this point, and some reasons for the differences in some people taking a month, some taking a year, a couple years. It could be personality differences, our health. The more healthy we are, the more capacity we have to overcome difficult challenges, coping style, our culture, our family background, our life experiences, and the relationship that we had with the deceased person, and how much preparation we had before they left us. So grief has, there's 4 tasks in grief, 4 tasks of mourning, which allow us to be able to successfully move through grief. And the first one is the accepting the reality of the loss. And this takes time, and this comes with denial. It can come with anger, with sadness or depression. Not clinical, but depressive feelings. And as we work through or process the pain of grief, we're more fully able to accept the reality of the loss. And again, that working through and feeling the physical pain, that requires allowing those feelings to come and holding them in a supportive space or a accepting space, knowing that these emotions are part of the process and they're important to feel. As much as we would like to not feel these painful feelings, these are the parts that allow us to grow and to have greater depth of meaning in our life. So the third one is adjusting to living in a world without either the person or the part of us that has been lost, and the new challenges. And the fourth one is finding enduring connection with those around you. And these last 2 steps is really about celebrating the past and investing in the present moment. Celebrating the past can be done by doing things like making a memory book of the person or sharing experiences of that person. Investing in the present is taking time to notice what or who is around us. What relationships can we build in honor of that person who's now physically gone from our lives? As we experience change and gradual loss of things that previously occupied time and gave purpose, sometimes we lose sight of how we're doing mentally, emotionally, and even physically, especially when we're going through grief. One way to ensure that we're looking after our mental and emotional health is through self-care. And this does not mean simply bubble baths or eating our favorite cheat meal while watching a game, although these luxuries may be needed. But more often, self-care it requires effort, prioritizing important aspects of our health, such as exercise, eating healthy, and having a good sleep. I love this quote that I've added. It states, "Self-care is never a selfish act. It is simply good stewardship of the only gift I have, the gift I was put on the earth to offer others." Self-care really is that act of nourishing our spiritual, social, physical, and intellectual parts. And I add emotional with spiritual and social, and it's kind of embedded in all of those. And as we do that, we become more in tune with what we need, who we are, and our divine purpose. So some examples of self-care, if you need some tips or suggestions, here's a few that you can consider or start with, is picking up a long neglected hobby, learning something new, getting involved in the community, spending time in nature, writing memoirs, exercising, or, could be simple as going for walks, eating well, um, finding a sleep routine that fits for you or that works for you. Another way to help us overcome mental and emotional challenges that we might face through aging is self-compassion. And that really is developing a warm inner voice that's supportive and understanding when we suffer. Sometimes when we face our own limitations, stress increases, and it makes it more natural to berate or cast blame on ourselves or other people. We get frustrated, and without realizing it, we get out the proverbial whip to punish ourselves with expressions such as, "Stop being so lazy," or "What good are you?" or "Can't you even get out of bed for a walk? What are you, useless?" My manager, Kevin, expressed that quoting him, he states, "I have heard, 'What good am I?' several times from my father. The qualities he valued in himself are now more difficult or impossible to do. He has always been independent, and now he needs help with simple things. He feels like a burden." Although the intent is to motivate, this critical voice can really do more damage than good, and it causes us to feel more discouraged and less motivated. Kristen Neff, who's kind of the pioneer researcher of self-compassion, states, "Self-compassion is being warm and understanding towards ourselves when we suffer, fail, or feel inadequate, rather than ignoring our pain or being self-critical." Self-compassion is also recognizing that experiencing challenges, failure, and imperfection is inevitable. Therefore, it's having a gentle approach to pain rather than getting frustrated. It's this warm supportive space actually increases our motivation and also emotional resiliency, and it allows us to be more flexible when things don't go the way that we would like them to. Acceptance with compassion allows for peace, adaptation, and resiliency. We learn to accept we cannot change and allowing ourselves to feel peace amidst the challenges. Along with self-compassion, or what's included in self-compassion, is this idea of mindfulness. And I love this quote. So Kristen Neff is who I'm taking kind of the self-compassion piece from. She states, "We cannot ignore our pain and feel compassion for it at the same time." And I love that quote because emotions can be like powerful waves crashing over us. And our first instinct when we get that crash of emotion is to tighten up, push them down, or shut them off. However, to push them down, ignore, or turn off actually creates more pressure, which may lead to depression or even physical illness. And just like waves need movement and allowance, so do these emotions. And as we allow ourselves to feel the emotion, seeing them as carrying important information, they slowly recede back, leaving us with insight and also added wisdom to our situation. Identifying and acknowledging these feelings is the first step to relating to ourselves compassionately and to find and refocus on what we can do in our situation. Mindfulness is that balanced approach to those negative emotions. It's the willingness to observe our negative thoughts and emotions with openness and clarity. It's a non-judgmental, open mind state where we can observe our thoughts and our feelings as they are without trying to suppress or deny them or even exaggerate them. So I love to tell clients it's not making it bigger than it is, like it will never get through it, my life is over, and we're not minimizing it, saying like, oh, suck it up, stop being a baby. right? We're just holding space and saying, okay, this is what pain feels like. And just like we notice the uniqueness of how a tree grows, there's a bend here and a twist there. Maybe one side is more bare than the other. We don't judge the tree. We're simply curious about why it grew that way. And there is more compassion for that tree the less we judge and the more we observe and we notice. Go to the next. So benefits of mindfulness. When we practice mindfulness, we become less judgmental of ourselves. And this means we don't get stuck in criticism, but instead we're open to the thoughts and impressions on how to move through the struggle that we're facing. Another benefit is feeling joy in the present moment. Joy really can only truly be experienced in the present. We focus on what pain we're feeling in the here and now, and it gives us the power to support and care for those parts that are hurting in the moment. And when we practice doing this, our brain actually becomes calm, we feel more centered, and we can then accept that we are mortal and struggle is a part of this mortal journey. And mindfulness fosters stillness. The brain quiets and we can become open to personal revelation or what perhaps God wants to tell us. God does not exist in the past or the future, let me rephrase that. We don't experience God in the past or the future. We experience him in the here and now. And I love the scripture, be still and know that I am God. So we must quiet our minds, and then we can really truly experience knowing him on a personal level. The next slide is about connection. Aging can naturally increase the challenges in maintaining a social network. People move, friends pass on from this life to the next, and mobility for the self and others become a little bit more limited, and illness occurs. Connection becomes harder and harder. But what we know, according to Smith, Siegel, and White, is, and many others, but this is their quote, company and support is a buffer against loneliness, depression, disability, hardship, and loss. And research shows that connection and next to exercise has the greatest impact on maintaining a healthy lifestyle as you age. So as you make ways to make new friends, whether it's church activities, community events, volunteering somewhere, reaching out to relatives that might be close to you, you will most likely experience positive effects. So my next section is ways that families can support their aging loved ones. And I have a few suggestions here, although I'm sure there's many more. The first one is listen and validate, and then give them a voice, spend time together, and practicing your own self-care. So listen and validate. There can be some real fears about aging, especially with the many transitions and changes, that if not heard and held in can create feelings of isolation. It's important to understand those fears to support the best support possible. Get to know those fears so that you can open up and discuss about it. Again, my manager, Kevin, he notes that his parents felt significant loss moving to a care facility. And they had stated, we're going to die in this place. They walked away from a home that they built, that they invested in with a lifetime of memories. And nobody cares about the stuff that they care about. listen to what they're feeling, allow them to express, you know, those pains that they feel, so that they can have a feeling um, of connection, of understanding and support. So giving them a voice. We are wired for connection and also independence. To be self-reliant feels good, and to lose that can create feelings of powerlessness, and it can be scary, especially when it comes to things like not driving anymore, which symbolizes freedom and independence, or deteriorating health and needing to look into, you know, options for added care and support. It's important to allow as much voice as possible so that they can be a part of the decision making and be a part of the process as possible. And this means having discussions of what needs to be done, checking in how they feel, and really, instead of telling them what they're going to do, asking them permission about how if you can help, some suggestions that you might have, and really validate their concerns and help them feel really as much in the decision making as possible. The next one is spending time together, living in the here and now. There may be a fear that one day your aging parents may be gone, but the best way to approach that reality is really to stay connected in the present moment. Celebrate them while they're with you. Although you might not be able to go places with them, you can enjoy the present circumstance of where you're at. Get to know them on a deeper level. Ask them questions about how they felt about different circumstances and experiences growing up. Understand their story and how it's shaped them. These moments will stay with you for the rest of your life, and perhaps even provide any healing or healing to any wounds that have occurred in the past. More isolation could increase feelings of not feeling wanted. Find ways to ensure that they're not alone, such as rotating family members and friend visits, getting them out to socialize, check senior resources for activities, go with them to new events. Kevin had expressed to me, connection is important. He says, I make a 5 to 10 minute call every day. They, meaning his parents, have thanked me over and over again. This call is important to them. It lifts them up and prevents feelings of isolation. So the last slide that I have is the exercise of self-care, which we already talked about, but it's not just for those who are aging, but it really is for everyone, especially those who take on that role of caretaking. Worries come up when we see our parents age. They did everything for us. They were our support. They were our role models. Seeing parents as healthy and strong as we were growing up, there's this idea that they're never gonna die. They'll always be there for us. They've worked hard. They took on many roles. And so once they begin to slow down, we begin to worry. We begin to be afraid. We become more aware of the circle of life. There can be a lot of emotions that can come up that can really be difficult to deal with, such as anger, fear, frustration, or anxiety, especially living in a culture that doesn't necessarily support aging and may cause even more fears and anxieties, or even resentment. Some ways to cope or lessen our worries or mitigate the exhaustion and successfully moving through this role change include talking with someone about your stress, pushing down again, and I shared this before, but as we push down those painful feelings, we only create more pressure and will eventually lead to burnout. Finding ways to address those feelings, whether it's going for a walk or talking to a friend or writing in a journal, or even talking to someone professional, or someone that you look up to. Prayer. These things can help you feel more regulated and at peace in times of stress. The second one is to accept the life cycle. The idea of our parents not being with us anymore, our parents dying, they can be painful. But the more that we embrace this idea of the circle of life, how it works, the life cycle, the more that we can be okay through it. This could mean re-examining our faith or finding comfort in our spiritual beliefs. It's seeing aging as normal and accepting the process, which allows for joy and gratitude. The third one is filling your cup. And this means that you ensure that you're nourishing your own body and spirit, which will allow you the greater capacity to care for the ones that you love. Ensure that you're setting healthy boundaries, knowing when to say yes, knowing when to say no, and checking in with yourself how you feel and what capacity you're at. These are a few tips and strategies that both the aging and those caring for the aging can take into consideration. I hope that there was something that stuck out to you, that resonated with you, that you can take with you in this journey. I don't know how questions are addressed, but I would love to somehow get your questions, and I can write out an email or something that can be sent to answer any questions that you may have. It's been a pleasure to work on this and to put this together for you, and I wish you the very best.
Turn it down.
Again, comfort stations are in the back of the building. There's also washrooms down at the corridor down this end of the building as well. And we'll see you back here in 9.5 minutes, 10 minutes. Were you able to hear that? I had a tough time hearing it. Degrees. This led him into a new career teaching business, communications, and music at the secondary school level. So 10 years ago, Dan retired from teaching to go back into the real estate industry. He is currently with both Royal LePage, Pro Alliance, and Royal LePage Commercial. He has taken college courses specializing in how to best serve seniors and their unique housing needs in terms of downsizing, selling the family home, moving to a condo, retirement, or nursing home. So Dan is going to discuss questions dealing with property, including knowing how and when to downsize, simplifying living, and location considerations with regard to maintaining family relationships and passing on family history and heirlooms. Dan has also been very involved with our media today, and we owe him a special appreciation for setting up our internet. People are joining us from all over as well. So without further ado, I'll welcome Dan to the stand, and Dan? Good to have you here.
Nice to be here. So let me just get my notes here. And then I won't use them. Anyway. Wow, does this ever look boring? So I gotta tell you, being a real estate agent is an absolute riot. The stuff you run into on a daily basis is just bizarre. There's no real preparing for it. But dealing with seniors and real estate has to be the most interesting part, because you have the dynamics of so there's so many scenarios. Like I could do 3 hours on this easily. There's the parent is still alive. So you've got both parents alive. There's scenario number one. You've got one parent has died and is looking at different options, and the family's looking at different options. So that's scenario number two. And that depends on where's the rest of the family. Are there any children? Do the children live close, or do they live a long ways away? What is the health of the remaining parent like? Can they last? Can they last with some assistance in their own home? Do we have to move mom or dad into a retirement home where they get roughly an hour and a half of assistance if needed? And then, of course, the next level when their health deteriorates is a nursing home, which we're going to hear about later in that. Then there's the dynamics of the family house, and that's where the fun happens. And the Boy Scout motto, "Be prepared." Man, oh man, oh man. You just if all you hear for the rest of my talk is blah 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 blah, just remember, be prepared, because the more that happens in advance, the better. And again, there's just so many scenarios so many ways I can go with this. But the examples I see the most are parents that just don't want to acknowledge it's going to ever happen. Kids going, "Hey, mom, dad, we have to go to the next level." "No, I don't want to move into a retirement home or anything like that. I want to stay in my home as long as I can." And there's nothing wrong with that until it gets too late almost. I use the analogy of my parents, it might as well. So my mother, as my wife likes to say, as soon as mom became useless to daddy, put her in a retirement home. It was like, "Oh, really? You can't cook anymore? Well, you're out of here." And so she went into this wonderful place called Crown Ridge, where Bronwyn works. And we were living out of town at the time, and my only other sibling had passed away 20 years ago. So we didn't even know about it. I just heard, "Guess where mom's living now?" We went to visit. "Where's mom?" "She's at Crown Ridge." "Awesome. Is she visiting somebody?" "No, she lives there now." And yeah, exactly. So I said, "Well, I hope they have another room for you, Dad." And that was a few years down the road. But so then it was, okay, do you stay in the house? Well, he wanted to stay in the house. Now, he was in good shape. He walked every day. So going back to Brother Dr. Devin's talk, he used to walk from their house out to McDonald's, and he had the social thing going. You know how they talked about the social thing? Well, he had a crowd of people that he met with every day. He had a good life. He really did that way. And but we run into scenarios where there's one remaining parent, that parent passes away suddenly or something, and they haven't got their act straight in terms of the kids don't know where the will is, they don't know who's supposed to get what, sometimes they don't even know who the family lawyer is, and we have to phone all the lawyers in this community to see who is handling it. That's not being prepared. Some things come as a big surprise. Like when I go, wait till the kids find out that I left everything to the dog. I just wish I could be there to see the reaction. It's going to be awesome. All the kids that are going, "I'm not taking the dog, I'm not taking the dog." Then when they find that out, they'll be fighting over the dog, right? So there's several tricks that I tell people to do. And one is face it. Face it head on and say, while the parents are still alive, bring in the grandchildren, bring in the children, get those sheets of stickies, they're like red, yellow, green, blue, and assign them and say, okay, go around the house and put a sticky on whatever you want. And then we'll decide who gets them. Like if 10 people want that same thing, then it's up to them. But that's kind of a neat formula so that when they are moving out, they don't even have to pass away, but just moving out of the house, all that work is done. That's one of the things I always recommend to people, and it just makes life so easy. Another thing, and I'd really like to see the church do this. I would love to see this become a Just Serve project. I've mentioned this before to people. I think it would be awesome if we volunteered to go into retirement homes and nursing homes to sit down with the people, the inmates, the patients, the residents, and offer to go through their pictures with them, their photo albums. Let them tell us who these people are and write on the back of the pictures. What a gift for the family. What a gift for genealogy. I wish I had done that myself, because now I've got these great photo albums and I'm going, I don't know these people. I have no idea who most of these people are in the pictures. So I'm guessing, because nobody wrote it on the back. But don't you think that would be an awesome project for our church to take on? I really do. I really do. Anyway, so back to real estate for a second here. Not all real estate transactions are created equal. As you can imagine, a commercial deal, I do commercial and I do residential, is much different than, say, a first-time home buyer, right? And there's a different set of expertise that's involved for both. Well, there are real estate agents, excuse me, that specialize in seniors residential needs, right? And it's a special designation. It's called an SRES. So if you're in that situation and you have to sell mom and dad's home and mom and dad are still alive or whatever, make sure that your real estate agent has that designation. It makes a big difference, because we have a network. We have a network that we use of resources for moving companies that specialize in that. There's quite a lot of advantages. And we're now in a situation where 50% of Canadians are over 50 years old. So I'm at the end of the baby boomers. My brother was, at the beginning of the baby boomers. So they already know that there are not enough retirement homes. There are not enough nursing homes for those of us who are coming up. Now, hopefully, my wife's going to give me a couple more years before she puts me in one. I've already found brochures lying around the house, and all our parents are gone. So I'm not sure what the plan is here, but anyway. So when you specialize in dealing with seniors, you're almost a counselor, because you're the one that they turn to. You're the one that meets with the family. You're the one that meets with the children and sometimes the grandchildren, depending on the dynamics of the family. And it can be an extremely stressful time. Oh, Nanny told me I was getting that, and then you have the whole power of attorney issue, which I think we have somebody from a law firm coming in. And of course, there's that favorite word, probate. He's been there, okay? Probate can just totally mess everything up. I've seen people have to hold on to houses for 8 to 10 months because the estate was complicated. Well, somebody has to pay those bills. Somebody has to pay the taxes. Somebody has to pay the heat. Somebody has to pay the hydro and all of that type of thing. Sometimes they'll let you sell the house, but it goes into the trust. Again, be prepared. The more you have this laid out, what's everybody's wishes in terms of the house? It does make life a lot easier in some ways if you can dispose of the home while one of the parents is still alive. I'll hand out business cards later. Just joking, I don't do this area. And some seniors choose to age in place. Again, a real estate specialist can help with that. There are all sorts of grants out there. There's companies that specialize in coming in and renovating a home to make it so that the parent can stay there for a while. I mean, again, it depends on the house, whether it's a 2-story house. Is there a washroom on, on each level? There's a lot of factors involved, whether it's practical for them to stay. But moving into a nursing home or a retirement home isn't cheap. And just show of hands, how many have dealt with this already? There you go. Okay, I'll leave now. And but the average cost, according to CMHC, right now, the average rent for a standard space in one of these retirement homes is $3,075 per month. And that's on average around Canada. It varies in different areas, right? So the options you have are staying in your home, living with family members. That's always a favorite. My dad lived with us for 5 years. Am I stuttering while I say that? And living in a retirement community, which is a neat option. People feel very safe when they move into these retirement communities. There's people their age, and so depending again on the health. There's advantages to a retirement home. Your meals are taken care of. So especially for men, I shouldn't say that, but especially for men that are used to maybe the wife, especially that generation, the wife cooked for them and all that. Well, all of a sudden dad's not eating right and dad's not staying healthy. So if he gets in somewhere where they have a nutritionist on staff, I'm trying not to get into your area too much. I don't know what you're going to say, but okay. Sorry, some of this is a little redundant. We talked about retirements, homes. Creating a plan eliminates some of the unknowns that I was talking about. You can set realistic timelines. That way nothing's in a rush. Like, okay, Dad, why don't we aim? Because you can't just walk in and say, hey, I'm here. You have to get on a waiting list for a lot of these places. So having these discussions in advance is a really good idea. No, Mom, I'm not putting you in there this week. There's a waiting list. And then the good news breaks. Guess where you're going Friday? No, I'm just joking. Anyway, see, that course taught me how to be sensitive to seniors' needs, as you can tell. So you create a plan. The house is probably their biggest investment. And it can be a challenge to sell some of these houses. They have emotional attachment. It is their biggest investment. The hardest part, okay, in my shoes, the hardest part is when you walk into a house that the last time they decorated was 1972. We love that shag carpeting, they say. It's so warm. And our green kitchen, and it matches the green phone that's still on the wall. And those windows that Bob put in back in 58, they're still doing well by us. And you know what I mean? Yes, exactly. The pink one, yes. And so you don't want to insult them, but you have to make it clear when you're giving them a value on Mrs. Smith's just sold for this much. Did you see Mrs. Smith's? Well, no. I'm going to show you some pictures. Let's go online. Oh, I didn't know she had a new kitchen put in. Oh, I didn't know they had a walk-in jacuzzi. I didn't know this. And I said, okay, now let's take all those improvements off. And this is roughly where you're sitting because somebody's going to have to come in and do all of this. So these are all considerations. These are conversations that families should have with their parents too, and not leave it up to the poor real estate agent. Pricing. We talked a bit about pricing here. Here's a whole strategy behind pricing. Pretty well everybody here has bought a house before, so you get it, right? You get the whole pricing thing. Decluttering, my favorite. Oh my goodness, how much time do I have? So I'm going to tell you a story about a member. I won't mention any names, and if you know who it is, keep it to yourself. I get a call one day, and this gentleman didn't go to our branch. He went to another branch. I didn't know him, and they said, you got to come up and see this house and see if you can do something for him. So I get there. He was a hoarder. He was the poster child of hoarders. I couldn't tell what type of floor he had. I couldn't tell what the countertop was. I mean, he had a path that was this narrow that you kind of went like this through his house. Horrible. And that was upstairs, downstairs, the garage. Unbelievable smell. Like I thought I was going to pass out. And of course, he didn't smell anything, right? Now, in all fairness, he had hurt himself a few years before, but that stuff didn't just show up. So, it was there before he hurt himself. We as a church came in, made it a service project. 3 of those, the long bins, the big long commercial ones, 3 of them filled, tons of pickup trucks. Even he was fascinated. He said, I forgot there's hardwood floors in my living room. He hadn't seen the floors in a long time either. So we finally got it all out, but the smell was still there. Oh, at least 100 showings, at least. Beautiful house, raised bungalow, 10 acres, double car garage, stream, forest, just off the main road, so you didn't have the traffic. Should have sold in like 10 minutes. Every time somebody walked in, they went, this is, oh, what's the smell? I said, I know, it kind of takes your breath away, eh? You open all the windows before they come and this. So it turned out that dead mice and dead rats and dead snakes had gotten up in the walls. But they weren't dead when they got there, and then died, and that's what the smell was. So they had to rip off all the walls and everything like this, strip it down. But who did I sell it to? This couple that came in and didn't say a thing about the smell. And I'm thinking, okay. And they said, so finally I said, so you're okay with the scent? What scent? I said, where do you people live right now? We live on a horse farm. So they'd been shoveling manure for, forever. So it was perfect for them, and they bought it. So the moral of the story is be prepared, and there's a buyer for every house, okay? There is. So repairs. So hoarding, help your parents get rid of the hoarding. Repairs. If there's anything that needs to be done in the house, help them while you're still able to help them. This goes for us too, by the way, when you're going to sell your house. And because it may cost you $500 to fix it, but the person that's coming in to buy it's going to want $1,000 off because they know they have to fix it, right? So back to adapting in home, there are all sorts of grants that are out there to financial assistance programs and rebates for low to moderate income homeowners and even landlords that have rental units that will help you get your home to the point where they can stay in. There are seniors or disabled property tax relief programs. There's programs for people with disabilities where they will pay for a lot of this stuff. The government's aware that they don't have enough nursing homes and they don't have enough retirement homes for the baby boomers. So that's why they're doing everything they can to keep us in our homes as long as we possibly can. So there's supportive housing programs through home and community care services that are available. For those who don't own a home, and not everybody owns a home, there's rent geared to income housing for seniors. I don't see a lot of that anymore, but there is, and there's huge waiting lists. There are rental supplement allowances to help keep people into their homes. There's the Canada-Ontario Housing Benefit. It's a monthly benefit paid to eligible households to help pay their rent. Okay, so let's talk reverse mortgages for a second. It's a personal peeve with me, to be truthful. I'm not a huge supporter. Let's run a scenario. You're cash poor, you don't have a great pension, but you've got a house that's worth $1 million. Do you spend the rest of your life living week to week, not traveling, not driving a nice car, so that you can leave the kids $1 million house? Or do you do a reverse mortgage where basically you're borrowing against the equity in the house? Now, I'm not the right person to talk about this. I've investigated a bit, but I'm not an authority on this. But I've always had the opinion that, so you got a $1 million house, you borrow $250,000 on it. Well, that 250, they're not just being nice to you and giving you 250,000. So there's interest building up on that $250,000. So if you live for another 10 years or something, who knows what that, because then you're paying interest on interest on interest, right? So then you go to leave your kids the house and they say, well, you owe $750,000 on this house. So it's something you want to check into. Again, my wife and I are having this discussion now and saying, well, what are we going to do? We've got equity in properties, right? Are we going to live modestly, or are we going to mess with the kids' minds and take advantage of the equity and say, hey, got a surprise for you at the end. Don't spend that $1 million you think you're getting yet. Scott, did that answer your question, or is there something specific you're looking for? Yeah, okay. So the other thing to consider, I just ran into this at Christmas, or in January. Some clients, I've sold 3 of their houses, just sold their 3rd house, helped them find a modular home in this community that's between Trent and Belleville, and which was not listed with real estate, but I went in and helped them negotiate the deal. But their big thing was they had nobody to help them move. They have 2 kids, one's in California, one's in the Philippines. So there was nobody left to help them move. And I kept saying to them, we're going to sell it, but how are you going to move? Oh, I don't know. We'll worry about it when we sell it. So then they tried to contact a mover, and the mover said, well, yes, we'll come in and move it, but you have to have everything boxed. You have to have everything ready. And he was not up to it health-wise, and neither was she. So we had to find them a very specific company that would come in and box everything. It was really, really expensive. But that's something to think about, is what's involved with the whole move. Has he got a hook? Has he got a hook with him? That's pretty well it for my presentation. There's just so many ways you can go with real estate in seniors, eh? But again, the key thing to take away from this is be prepared. Do whatever you can in advance. And for those of us who have already done the parent thing, show of hands again. Okay, so it's our obligation to have things ready for our children, right? And not leave them stuck with making these decisions. The less decisions, the better for them. I don't know about your kids, but my kids aren't that sharp. And so I'm going to make it as stressless as possible for them. Yes, sir.
These companies that put your furnace in and then put a lien back just when you go to real estate to sell the house. We've had it happen a couple times to friends that we know.
Yeah. I'm not a big fan of these companies, to be truthful with you. Yeah, that's right. That's exactly right. So what he's saying is, and I won't mention any names anyway, but they will come in and they have a wonderful package. We're going to give you a new hot water tank. It's going to save you a fortune because it's much more effective. We're going to put a new furnace in. We're going to save you a fortune because it's high efficiency. That air conditioner is looking pretty old. I think we've got a package deal. We're going to do them all for you. And all you have to do is make this minimum payment. Instead of coming up with all this money up front, and you're thinking of selling in a couple of years anyway, so let the next sucker pay for it, right? Well, that's not how it works, because when we go to close on that sale, it shows in some cases as being on title. So somebody has to pay it off. And normally what happens on closing is it's a big surprise and there's a big fight over who's going to pay for it. Well, you're going to get it. And so the new owner will end up owning it, unless they agree to take over the payments, which is, sometimes they do. Sometimes they say, no, I expect to have a furnace. I expect to have air conditioning. I expect to have a hot water tank. Well, you made that deal. And so that can be a hassle on closing, if that answers your question. We do have a question and answer period coming up, and our next speaker's ready in 5 minutes. So if you don't mind saving the questions, but this has been great. Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you, Dan. Yeah, lots to think about. So I hope you're writing questions down or you have them in your mind for our question and answer period. And I want you to think about as well, when we do have our question and answer period, is maybe you might want to share a takeaway. Like, what is it that you're going to take away today from this morning's speaker? Okay, our next presenter is Miss Amy Wickenden. She's a certified financial planner. Now, she's going to be joining us by live via Zoom. So I think is she online yet? She's waiting. Okay, very good. So we'd like to welcome Amy Wickenden. Now, she's actually in Halifax. So we have a long distance person coming in here. So Amy Wickenden of Wickenden Financial Services is a certified financial planner and a chartered life underwriter that specialized in retirement and estate planning. She's been an advisor for 7 years in the Kingston and Westport area, and she has her LLQP in insurance products and her mutual funds licensing to structures in investments. Amy works closely with her clients and closely within the community as she lives in and raised her kids here. Amy will explore with us today the financial considerations of aging, including planning, financing, insurance, and legal contingencies to allow trusted friends to help act in your best interest in financial and/or health matters. And she'll present a retirement financial plan. So without further ado, we welcome Amy. Is she on board?
Hello, how are you?
Oh, we're pressing some more buttons.
Just let me know if you need a minute for the tech side of it. I'm not able to hear you guys, so if you guys want to maybe just let me know in chat. Are you able to hear me? Okay. Okay, perfect. So yes, I am actually in Nova Scotia. I'm on a learning retreat. And so this was great that I could have them facilitate Zooming in, because I know that this is something that Caesar's worked on for a while, and I really, oh, it says wait.
Give us a test, 1, 2, 3.
Sure, 1, 2, 3.
All right.
Give us a sec.
Okay.
I already used this, so it should be. Was that last speaker broken?
I can hear you guys now too, so.
Yeah.
No, we're not there. No, just a sec. Okay, what have we done differently here? Just give me 1 sec.
She's not on the
Just,
projector, which is,
but we played the video from there.
yeah,
And she is on the projector.
no, HDMI 4 is the projector, right?
No,
Three.
HDMI 4 is where we plug in the laptop.
Yeah.
So she's up there.
Yeah, I see her.
Yeah. Why are we not? Audio inputs. So she's 3, right? I know why. Let's get back into it. Amy, can you try it again?
Yep, 1, 2, 3.
One more time.
1, 2, 3.
Okay, well, you know something, let's try the mic. 1, 2. Let's try this. Turn it up for a second. Down the volume on here. Nope.
No.
That's not muted.
No.
Okay, Amy, one more time.
1, 2, 3. You're just going to have to mute the Kingston District Zoom when I speak because I get the feedback.
It's good. Try it again.
1, 2, 3.
I'll act it out.
If you put the Kingston District on Zoom and then you put the mic near the laptop, could you hear me that way and see me on the screen?
And it's given feedback.
And it's feedback. Hold on. So, Caesar, you unplug that mic, and you didn't turn it all the way down there, did you? You did or did not? Is it down or up? Okay, that's up. Because we've already used this for somebody else. But why it's not working is an interesting thing. This gives. So this isn't muted. The audio is coming in. It's coming from this computer. It's going.
The Kingston District on my end, the Zoom I can see isn't muted, so it should be muted. And I'm unmuted.
Amy, just tell
Yep.
us a story for a second, because I can't tell if it's working if you're not talking.
Sure. Just let me know what you like, how it's doing. And if you need anything, you can message me too if I'm not hearing you right away. Are you hearing me?
We're hearing you over the speakers on the computer here, but not out front yet, which doesn't make any sense.
Is there a mic that you could put near the laptop so that they can?
Tried that, but we're getting feedback.
So if you mute your computer and put the mic there, you'll hear me.
Yeah,
I think.
we tried that.
Okay.
Let's try it again.
Side.
Is it still giving feedback?
Yeah.
Okay. Is it okay now? Okay, too much feedback. The other thing that I can do is I can call Caesar's phone and you could put the mic near the phone and I can have it up on the screen. It might just be delayed.
I think we're in business.
Okay.
Yeah.
So do you want me to go ahead?
Click that. You want me to type yes?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. So I just want to thank everybody for inviting me. And I just joined the Zoom maybe 20 minutes ago, so I haven't been able to see the other speakers. So I was listening a little bit to the last speaker and kind of some of the things he touched on, which I do have in my presentation as well. So if I'm doing anything that is kind of repeating what somebody says, that's probably why. And hopefully, I know that there's probably going to be a ton of information in this presentation. You know, I have good information for you, but also throughout the day. So I've tried to do everything at a high level, and obviously can answer any questions today that you might have, and any questions after. As retirement and estate planning, there's a lot to think about. And I always say that there's not always the best conversations to have. It's not as easy to have some of these conversations. And one of my jobs with my clients is to help facilitate the ease of some of these additional conversations that you might not know how to start or want to start. So I am going to share my screen, and I have a slide deck that is going to go over some of the things to consider into retirement planning, and then how they are going to also lean into some estate considerations, who you should be talking to in regards to estate planning, and also considerations on powers of attorney and trusted people on your investment accounts, insurance policies, and the advisors that you have and are working with. So I'm just going to share my screen. So this is my job to my clients, is to help articulate how they can live their best retirement, what you can do to really make sure that you're making holistic, good decisions, whether it's your ideal retirement, making sure that the plans that you have for retirement is going to allude to everything you want to do. If there's any shortcomings, how you can facilitate some solutions with that, and then pivoting, and if ideally something goes wrong, if anybody was to pass away earlier than expected, if anybody was to get sick, how we can really build a plan so that you are going to have a safeguarded retirement plan. So when I look at, one aspect of retirement planning, I do take into consideration, the estate planning as well, because they do go hand in hand. So the considerations of retirement when we're looking at a retiree is these main points throughout your retirement as income, and mostly the planning side of it. So making your money last, that is a big concern. Income tax, ongoing retirement planning, plan management, and leaving the balance of money to your loved ones. So these are the points that I was going to go over today in this presentation. Obviously, with this being a high level, there's so many nuances within each of these 4 statements, and there's individual consideration with everybody depending on what you have going on in your life, your relationships with your family members, what assets you might own, and how you want to pass these to the next generation. So obviously this is a high level, everything's kind of generalized, but as individuals, there is going to be things to consider within your retirement plans, within your estate plans, and who you're considering to be your trusted person or trusted people on these accounts. So those are some of the things that we're going to go through. If there's anything that anybody wants to ask me a question throughout, please just let them know, and they can put it in the chat, and then I can answer any questions after as well. So your retirement lifestyle will change throughout your retirement. So as you can see, is a lot of times as you start to retire, which is more so in this need, is that your expenses tend to actually go up in the start of retirement. And that's because a lot of people like to travel, they have a lot more time on their hands, And even though expectantly throughout the duration of your retirement, on average, you'll end up spending a little bit less. Usually within the first 5 years of your retirement, you are spending possibly even more than what you would have been when you were employed. So taking those considerations into your plan is something that I usually have people do. And industry standards suggest that you should be using about 70% of your income that you made throughout your working career in retirement. And I actually project your income to be the same amount or a little bit above within the first 5 years. When you're thinking about, looking at a long-term plan, you always want to overestimate what your needs may be, because then you're always going to be on point instead of underestimating what your needs may be and coming up short. The other thing that we're really noticing as people are living longer is health expenses are becoming higher at the end of life expectancy and the end of your retirement. So that could mean that there might be a spike in expenses within the last 5 years of your life or your retirement as well, whether that's you personally or a spouse. So this is something, again, that you would want to over project, possibly needing throughout the duration of your retirement. So then it's all about, how do you protect what you build? So we have spent many years putting money away for savings, working employments, putting into CPP, putting into pensions. So when you get to retirement, what are the things that you can do to protect that savings while you're using it as an income, or while you're trying to save or have additional expenses throughout your retirement? So taxation is one of the things that I think people can focus on the most, because it's a controllable event. When I work with my clients, I really say there are things that we can't control, but there are definitely things we can control. And that's what we need to focus on first, so that your strategy is worked out as best as it possibly can. I'm just going to stop sharing for a second. I would say one of the main surprises, and possibly you've experienced this already, is that your taxation might actually increase in retirement rather than decrease. And there is a couple reasons for that. You are going to have a layering of income between government pensions, OAS, employer pensions, possibly RSP, redemptions. That means that there is lots of layers, but they might not be having their taxes taken off properly. And that means that at income tax time, you might be getting more that you're paying the CRA than less. So having a really good tax strategy throughout retirement is really important. And there are things that you can do to minimize your taxation. And a lot of people don't realize that there are actually ways to tax shelter as well, even if you have RSPs that have been flipped to RIFs and you're under 71, or even after 71 when you cannot make RSP contributions anymore. So knowing what those RSP contributions room are, if you've not maxed them out throughout your employment, and knowing how to make a strategy so that you're not paying out more than you necessarily have to. So your sources of income into retirement, as you can see from the list below, your employment retirement savings plan, which is your pension, your government programs, which is OAS and CPP, any RIF income that you're taking out, LIF income, which is locked in funds from maybe a previous employer that you were able to take out throughout your employment duration, which means that it also has a minimum and maximum that you have to take out, just like an RSP. Payout annuities and other types of savings. All of these can have taxation to it, and that means that you could be paying out a significant amount if it's not properly structured year to year. So again, having a very efficient tax plan is something that I would suggest throughout retirement. In the financial planning aspect is something to consider, and something that you will probably be surprised with how you can make sure that doing things like income splitting, using RSP contribution room, even if you have a RIF, using tax sheltering products like TFSAs, and making sure that you have tax efficient non-registered money can make a significant difference in the money that you're saving through maybe 20 years plus of retirement. Consolidation of your assets. With consolidation, the main points that I would say is really considering who you're working with as advisor throughout your retirement. And I know that a lot of people throughout working career will diversify. That might mean using different institutions, having some investments with a stock investor, having some investments through your bank, having some investments through another type of financial advisor. And as that's great throughout your working career, while you are retired, and especially later in retirement, considering consolidating your assets into one place may be good to consider, even down to possibly two, if one of them is someone you've worked with a long time. That would mean that you are going to have somebody that is looking after your entire plan and knowing what is going on at all times, as decisions are going to be necessarily, harder decisions to make. You might have to share where your assets are with family members. It is going to be easier as you get later on into retirement to make sure that everything is with one or two people and they have some introductions to your family, know who they are. And I'm going to address this a little bit later in the presentation as well, but why that's so important. I'm going to go back to my screen. So the ease of working with one advisor, again, later in life, there's things to consider is how many people you're meeting with, the ease of being able to meet with multiple people, the ease of access, if at any time later in life, it's harder to get out and meet with just, multiple advisors. If there's one, if that advisor is willing to make it more convenient for you to meet with, whether it's coming to your home or, being able to facilitate a Zoom meeting. The other thing that I think is good, and how obviously with the speakers that you've heard from today, there is a multitude of things that you might want to consider, especially later in retirement. And having somebody understanding your full financial plan is, I think, key to not making decisions that might, not reflect well if you're working with a multitude of people. That advisor should also really know the other professionals you're working with, your accountant, as well as your lawyer. And everybody should talk to one another, be on the same page, and understand what decisions are being made. Because if things like beneficiaries on RSPs, TFSAs, or life insurance policies are different than what you may have put in your will, it's not only which one was done last, but it could be confusing if you were to pass away, or if you didn't have the ability and had a power of attorney step in, that they really are not fully clear of what your wishes are. And so having an advisor that you kind of have your go-to, or have one or two people that you're working with, they can really understand your overall needs and make sure that your plan is as clear as possible, and that not only your retirement is set up and not maybe conflicting with two RSP payments coming out and being too taxed, but they can also make sure that you have proper beneficiaries, know your final wishes if need be, or know what you would do if you were not able to make decisions. And that's where, again, having trusted person, which we're going to go into a little bit more detail in a couple slides, can also be someone that will know who to contact when or if something were to happen, and how your overall plan works, that they can be able to sit down, look at everything with one or two people and know, okay, I completely understand what I need to do. And that also goes into your family getting to know your advisor, and your advisor getting to know your family, so that you might be, if again, something happens, they can reach out to you. There's a question in the chat. It says estate planning is addressed. What about someone who don't have large investments? Is a bank advisor a good option in this case? I would say yes. I always say that the person that you want to work with is somebody that you feel comfortable with, is easy accessible, and you trust. So there is some limitations if there are like non-registered funds about putting named beneficiaries. But if you've worked with somebody at the bank and you trust them and they're close with you and they've known your overall plan, that to me, is absolutely a yes. You really just have to have a comfort level with who you're working with. There are some limitations with the banks when there's certain scenarios that come into play. But if it is not a large estate, everything's straightforward. That would be somebody. And a lot of times I will have people that have insurance with me, but they do have a bank manager that they've worked with. And as long as I kind of know what their wishes are, if there's any suggestions, like, possibly adding a person to a bank account as a joint account or something like that, that can be a little bit easier, I will suggest that. But a lot of times, if it's not a complex estate, having that availability to go to a branch or the availability to talk to somebody is important. So pick somebody you trust, pick somebody that's available, pick somebody that you feel that is going to be helpful if you really need help, or that is going to step in and be there for your family if you're not able to communicate what you want, or if something happens and you pass away. The only thing that I would watch is just having some questions answered before at the bank, just knowing kind of what their limitations are, and if you do need to pivot to any other professional. And like I said, that's where it's kind of one or two advisors. You might have an advisor for your insurance and kind of some suggestions that way. And you're still going to have your bank account and some of the things that you need when you walk into the branch. So just making sure that you're, very open about what all is going on. So both of those people have a really good view of what you may need. So those are some of the high level aspects of kind of retirement planning, as in your income, what you need to consider. And there's so many nuances with, those types of things that are in individual consideration. And those are all things that you as individuals can have conversations with, be able to pick and choose, really go through your assets that you have, your income that you have, and work with a really good plan for cash flow, additional savings if you want to travel throughout your retirement, if you need renovations done, all the kind of natural ins and outs of retirement income, retirement ideals, and making sure it's what you want it to be. Where a really good plan sometimes falls short is preparing for the unexpected. And that's where, and I believe, whether you're 80 years old or 30 years old, this needs to be considered, because we never know when something is going to go in a direction we don't want. And somebody that's 30 years old should have just as much of an idea as somebody that's 80, 85, 90 years old about if something were to happen, what happens with my family. So this is where I really do incorporate estate planning into every client, because we cannot predict the future, and we always have to plan for a what if. And if our plan is not going to reflect a what if, then it's only going to be there in the ideal. I would say that, whether it's a young family, or whether it's a retiree, or whether it's somebody, that is 95 years old to 100, really considering about legacy, kind of what is that overall. So I do have some questions coming up in the chat. So what I can do is go through them at the end, and I'll make sure that we answer those. And then I know after me is the question and answer period. So we can do that as well. So The beyond planning portion is the portion that is where I step in and kind of ask those harder questions. I wouldn't say they're fun questions. I, have to bring up what I call the Debbie Downer of conversations sometimes. But what I do find is after those conversations are had, after we have some decisions made and knowing kind of what needs to be done, maybe upfront for for a state plan, and what I call trigger events of when things maybe need to be changed. It's almost like a weight's lifted off of somebody's chest that they didn't even know that was there, because they know that, their financial plan is going to be there for the ideals, and their financial plan is going to be there to help them if they need it, and also support their family if something is to go wrong. So this is where we really are going to rely on structuring it properly. But one of the first things that we want to take into consideration is, if you cannot make a decision, who is going to be that person there for you? And I do think that this is something that I know a lot of times clients will just assume children or just assume a spouse, but I do encourage that there's a little bit more thought process put into this, whether it's a trusted person or whether it's a power of attorney, and what those two things actually mean and what those individuals are able to do for you, so that if the time ever comes and you need somebody to make a decision on your behalf, it is going to be a decision that is the appropriate one. But the other side of it too is that the person that's making the decision is going to feel confident in what they're doing. So the difference between a power of attorney and a trusted person, as a power of attorney, is somebody that you name within your will or within a legal document stating that this person has the right to make either financial or medical decisions on your behalf. So this is something that I really encourage people to take a lot of time to think about, and I really encourage people to consider, maybe having two different separate powers of attorney or multiple powers of attorney, so that a decision does not necessarily fall on one person, especially on the medical side. I usually encourage at least two people to be your medical power of attorney, especially if you do not have, or you have a do not resuscitate clause within your wishes, because that is a very big decision to leave on somebody. And again, here I am making like the Debbie Downer of conversation, but I've had that happen within my own family, where my grandfather had a do not resuscitate, and it was encouraging to see my dad and my aunt be able to have support from one another to have to make a difficult decision. So I do really encourage that you have people that are going to be able to support each other in that scenario, to be able to make a decision that's best on your behalf, and to be able to know that that decision doesn't necessarily lay solely on one person. The power of attorney for medical does not, even if it's two people, does not have to be anybody that is a power of attorney for you financially. The things that I would consider for a financial power of attorney is somebody that you feel comfortable with disclosing that your any type of your financial ins and outs before they have to be in charge, or if you have any reason that you need to invoke a power of attorney, whether it's mental instability or physically you're not able to do something, that person should be somebody that you feel absolutely comfortable going through where your assets are, what your wishes are, what your day-to-day bills are, so that that person has some inkling of what they're going to be stepping into if they need to. They should be somebody that has a good understanding of money, a good understanding of, making sure that you pay your bills on time, all of those things. And that does not necessarily mean it has to be a child, and it even if it's a grown child, and that does not necessarily mean it has to be a spouse. Obviously, if there's a spouse there that is, completely capable, if it's somebody that's younger, but if you are later in life in retirement and that spouse might not be capable either or easily capable, it would be something to consider to have somebody outside of your your union to be able to step in and help with anything that you need financially. One of the big things that I want to always make sure that people understand, though, with a power of attorney is the limitations of what they can do and what they can't do. And one thing that is major that people may want to consider is if you have a parent or a spouse or a loved one that is starting to show that they might have mental instability in the future, is really talking to them about the beneficiaries that are in their wills on their life insurance, because once a power of attorney is invoked, that beneficiary cannot be changed. As a power of attorney, you cannot change anything that is going to allude to what is left to any individual. So it is really good that if you're starting to see signs that somebody might need to step in, if somebody has the wherewithal to understand, I would have that person sit down and really kind of go over everything, especially the powers of attorney, or especially the beneficiaries, so that they know that that's properly in place. So when you invoke a power of attorney, that cancels any change of the beneficiary to be made. The other thing is, if you are a power of attorney, making sure that you have proof of that when you go to a bank, go to your financial advisors, and even your lawyers, to make sure that that document's in place. So that is something that, you know, does need to have a good consideration between those two types of powers of attorney. A trusted person, though, is somebody that you want to add to your account. And I do this with a lot of my clients, and I really ensure, again, no matter what age, that they have somebody that we can contact, that they 100% trust us to reach out to, that is going to be there if we start to see things that may be concerning. So things that may show concern is if somebody is acting completely different and not in their normal way of kind of doing business, making sure that, like, if all of a sudden they're taking chunks of money out that don't seem to have any reason, that it's often that it's going to be detrimental to their overall plan and might be concerning to me. This allows me to reach out to somebody that you trust to check in or let them know that there may be something I'm concerned about, and to check in with you. There's so many reasons that this could happen. There's so many scams out there that are, you know, leaning into people kind of believing that if they take out money in certain degrees, so that can protect you in that way. There's if there's mental instability, if somebody's feeling pressured from a new partner or children, that, you know, they're not fully understanding that you taking money out to gift it to them might be pressure on your financial plan. So it's somebody that you know that your advisor can reach out to, or your bank manager has on file, so that you can know that you're a little bit protected, that if there's anything out of the norm, you have somebody else that's looking out for you. The other thing is not being able to get a hold of a client. There are so many people that, again, if something happens and we're not alerted and they're in the hospital, or there's something going on and we can't get a hold of them, it allows us to reach out to somebody else on your behalf to make sure that we can get a hold of you, or if anything's changed, like phone numbers or addresses, we can update it and get new contact information for you. So this person is somebody that can be a little bit closer. If it's, you know, two people, that's okay too. And it's just somebody that we can reach out to make sure that everything is okay. Or if they call in on your behalf, we know it's a trusted person on your account. So this is, again, one of the things that I don't do wills, but I really encourage that this document is something that you, like, especially if it's an estate planning process that you're going through, that your will is in place, and that your financial advisor or anybody that is helping you plan for your legacy or for your estate knows about this document, what this document says, and that it is not counteracting anything that you're doing throughout a retirement plan or an estate plan. I really am not a big fan of the ones that you can get online or get sent to you of those will kits. They technically are a legal will, but they are very contestable. That means that if any of your family members after you pass away feel that this is not how you would have wanted something, or it's not like notarized, it's not a legal document, they can take it to the province and contest it. And that might mean that if you left 80% to one person and 20% to the other, and they did not feel that that was fair, that they could go to the courts and nullify that document. So I do feel that having a proper will put in place through a lawyer, where your lawyer holds it, is a very important thing to do. There is a cost to it, but once you put the main document in place, you can change it and put what's called a codicil into it, where you maybe change names, you maybe add grandchildren. There's ways to update your will that it's not the full cost every time. If you do not have a will, the province will step in and they will appoint a representative. So it may not be the person that you wanted as your executor. They will deem who they feel is best fit for the job, and they will appoint that for you. There's costs associated with the province doing that. They're not going to do it for free. So they will make sure that you are given someone, but then your estate is charged. The other thing that I stress, and again, this is at any age, but if there's any minors in your guardianship, whether you've maybe, as a young family, that's children, but even, into retirees, there's lots of grandparents that have custody of their grandchildren. And again, if you do not have a properly set up will, then that minor might go to somebody that you are not hoping for, and that is where the province is going to step in and do that on your behalf. So then we're going to go to life insurance. So this is something that, again, I know that has like different contexts, and people will maybe say like, why do I need life insurance? I have a TFSA that will go to my children. I have the house, and they're going to be able to sell the house. But even in the presentation before, that's not always as streamlined as possible. And the estate may have to be settled before you have access to the funds of the home. The other thing is selling the home. That does not just happen the next day after a parent's passed away. I've told everybody that there's a bigger chore of cleaning out somebody's home when it's a parent or a sibling than just putting your house up for sale and moving. So the benefit of life insurance is to get cash in hand to your executor or to the beneficiaries of the life insurance policy within a 4 to 6 week period of time. And this can be hugely beneficial, even though there may be money in a TFSA, there may be RSP or RIFs that are retained, there may be other assets. You could have a massive estate, and if it is not structured properly and things are not utilized properly, the beneficiaries and the executors of those estates might not have access to that for months and months and months, up to 2 years. So one of the things that life insurance can really do and really pertain to is making sure that people have cash in hand to deal with, yes, final expenses and funerals, but also, and again, our presenter before said, being able to pay for expenses of a home, being able to pay for taxation, being able to retain a lawyer for probate. There are so many things that life insurance can be utilized for, and it's there. You can structure it in a way that is really making sure your executor as well as your beneficiaries, if those are two different, have what they need up front. And there are, as you can see, multiple types of life insurance, and there are different factors that are going to come into play for each individual of which life insurance policy is going to be best suited and which can be utilized for different varying reasons. So there's straight permanent insurance, that is, here is your death benefit, but there's also ways to utilize it throughout retirement to help tax shelter money if you've capped up your TFSA and you are already pulling on your RSP or don't have a reason, or sorry, are 71 and don't have any contribution resources left. So you actually can tax shelter within a life insurance policy because it is paid with an after-tax dollar, and growth within those policies cannot be taxed on an annual basis, and it can go tax-free to your beneficiaries at time of passing. So it's not kind of just the term life insurance or the mortgage insurance that you've gotten throughout your lifetime. There's a great stretch of what you can do, and a lot of times you can really have an asset that's going to help you in retirement as well as throughout your estate plan. So as you can see, there's term and universal, permanent, and what are called participating policies. Usually through retirement estate planning, we're going to pivot away from the term policies, which are temporary policies, and we're going to look at a more permanent solution. And as you can see, there's a multitude of factors of why permanent life insurance could be utilized properly. It's an individual decision. It is something that I work with my clients closely with to make sure that it is the right product for them and it's even accessible. So one of the drawbacks to life insurance is qualifying for it because age is a factor as well as health. So it is something that within a full financial plan, is good to consider, but it's not necessarily the final result if all the factors don't line up appropriately. So if insurance isn't an option for bypassing an estate, there are two other types of products that you would have access to, which are more like a self-funded life insurance policy. And those are segregated funds and annuities. These are basically, like I said, self-funded life insurance policies. These are fantastic if you have already tapped out some of your savings options like your TFSA. Where I utilize a lot of these with financial planning into retirement is if somebody has had an asset sale, especially the primary residence. So, you've sold your home, you've had an influx of available resources, maybe it's $300,000, $400,000, $500,000 because there's no mortgage left on it. What do you do with that? Because if you've topped out your TFSA, you really don't have anywhere else to put it. That money at time of passing is going to go through probate because it's in a non-registered fund and is going to have to possibly be taxed and definitely going to be in the estate until you can finalize everything. So a segregated fund and annuity is a way to self-fund a life insurance policy. Technically, there's no health evidence that is needed to be provided. Age up till 90 does not matter. And while you are living, they are very much like an investment product. A segregated fund is very, very similar to a mutual fund. There's money market funds as well, which are like almost cash with a little bit of savings. And annuities are very, very similar to a GIC. The difference is if you do not have money inside an RSP or you do not have money in a TFSA, a non-registered policy or investment account, if it is not a segregated fund or annuity, will go through probate and cannot have a named beneficiary. These products are different. They have guaranteed a principal sometimes, depending on what you want to, what features you want to add to them. You can also have the named beneficiary, which means these completely bypass the estate. They will not go into probate and they will go to a named beneficiary. You can also create a legacy, which means with these products, you can say that one child, if you have two children, just for example, is going to get a lump sum and the other 50% is going to one child, but they are not going to get a lump sum. They're going to get an annual income for the next 5 or 10 years. So you can really structure these in a way that is giving it to your beneficiaries, whether it's your children, grandchildren, other family members, or charities in a way that is really specific. And that's actually a little bit beyond a life insurance policy as well. So these products are something that a lot of people don't know about. They're very, very good financial tools within estate planning. And I really encourage, when clients have non-registered money, to look at these options. We've already went through this, how to pick a power of attorney. Again, I would really, really encourage that this thought process is a thorough one. These are people that are going to be doing things on your behalf. It's a lot of work, especially an executor. It's there. As picking an executor, just like a power of attorney, you want to pick somebody that is going to be capable of doing this job. I've worked with a lot of executors, and even the most planned out estates, there's a lot of work to them. It's very stressful, and a proper estate plan can make sure that you have made it as easy as possible for them. But again, getting to know your advisor and having your executor meet your advisor is a way that they know who to turn to. But this is somebody that does not have to be a child. It just needs to be somebody that, you are comfortable working with and that knows your ins and outs and you trust. I have seen where people have put executors and the executor really has no clue what is going on with the estate, has no clue what is going on day to day. So please do not add somebody as an executor that you have not had a full conversation with. The other thing is that there is corporate executors that if you do have a little bit more of a complicated estate, I would highly suggest considering. There's an estate or executor fee within all estates that anybody could take, no matter who your executor is. So it may be worth it to put some of that, money for an executor fee to a corporate executor. It can alleviate a lot of stress off of a family. Again, there is a fee, but sometimes, the fee's worth it if you know that your kids don't have to go through this and that, somebody has everything lined up that is not going to have to put, learning how to do this. They'll know how to do it and not have to learn through the process of when they're also grieving. So again, this is a very high level, generalized kind of overview of the things that I work with my clients to consider. Everybody's specific. Everybody has their own ins and outs. I'm just going to stop sharing. So as much as, I can kind of speak to some of the main points, I do encourage that everybody has a really good solid estate plan, that they go over the full ins and outs of what you have going on personally between you two, whether it's an individual, a couple, if there is any second marriages, if there is any marriages throughout retirement. I do always encourage to work with a financial advisor throughout that process, because there's, maybe children from different families. Do they work together well? What does this look like? So there's so many factors that have to be considered with a good retirement plan and a good estate plan. And, obviously, it's again, it's not the funnest things to talk about, but if you make the time to really have these pointed conversations, up front, and it might take a couple weeks to get everything lined up and kind of go over what your wishes are, and then touch base maybe just once a year throughout your retirement. It's just taking a moment to kind of have that momentary unhappy conversation or harder conversation. But after that, it's going to be such a relief that you can pivot and get back to the ideal retirement you're having and enjoy that and everything that you've saved up for.
Well, thank you, Amy.
You're welcome.
So what we're going to do.
Yeah, I hope it came clear. I have a couple questions in the chat too.
Okay, well, and that's great. We will get to them. I think the way we're going to have to do this, folks, because we need the microphone here, is convey any questions that you have for Amy. So if you have a question, if you could stand up. Do we have any questions?
Yes, I'm going to get the microphone to them.
No, you're not, because then we won't hear her response.
Okay.
So
Steve, can you shout out your question here, and we'll relay that back. What is the importance of having an executor in the same province?
Can you hear that?
Yeah, what's the importance of having the executor in the same province?
Yep.
Yeah, I would say it's highly encouraged to make sure that your executor is in the same province, and absolutely not with like outside of the country. A lot of the things that executors have to do are like within the like where the lawyers are, you know, working with the accountants, sometimes filing paperwork through the province, having to do the tax returns. It's a lot of work. And that's where, again, picking an executor that is going to have to do either multiple trips back and forth, putting that time and attention. Do they have the resources to do that? Are they financially able to leave a job, leave children, make those trips? So I really do encourage having somebody that is close by, having somebody that is, you know, not going to have to do even more effort because, you know, this is, I would say if you would consider being the executor, even for a small estate, it's almost like a part-time job. The smaller estates can be wrapped up quicker necessarily, and the estates are not going to have to go into multiple years, but it's a lot of work. So if you're adding travel, if you're adding leaving a family, if you're adding additional expenses to your executor, it's just going to add more stress overall.
Perfect. We had another hand up. We'll do the ones here first.
Is there another hand?
Okay, let's do an online one. What have we got online?
So there's one that says, if you have only one adult child, do you need a will? I would say yes. Again, I know it's an expense and it's, you know, a little bit time consuming, but the thing is that it's going to be your legal document. You know, you don't want to have that child have extra expenses if it has to go into the province. So if you do not have a will, it's called dying intestate. The province has the right to step in at that time. So even though you have one child, that doesn't necessarily mean, depending on, you know, if they're incapable at that time, like you can't predict when that's going to happen. So if you were to pass away, you know, 95 to or above, and your child is 70 to 75 possibly, and they might not be fit to look after an estate, it may not go to them. So I know that's kind of a rare situation, but I would always encourage a will. The other thing is that if something was to happen to that child beforehand, you can state who that is to go to after your next of kin, whether you want to donate it, whether you have grandchildren it's going to go to. So with a will, it's going to go to who your main beneficiaries are, and then keep going down the line. And in saying that, having beneficiaries, you can put secondary beneficiaries on products as well. So that's something encouraging that I really encourage people to do. So if the ideal beneficiary, something is to happen to them, it's already automatically going to go to the next person.
Okay, we have one more online. How do you contribute to TSFAs when it's not tax time?
You can contribute to TFSAs throughout the year. So as long as you have your contribution room, you can contribute at any time. So your contribution room is everybody has, if you were a Canadian citizen over the age of 18, from 2009 on, you have up to 88,000 of contribution room. That does not include your growth to be able to contribute. If you have contributed, taken money out, maybe recontributed, for some reason they do not give your TFSA contribution room on your notice of assessment, but you can call CRA or log into your CRA account and get your contribution limit, and then you can contribute anytime. The other thing is if you have multiple TFSAs, like you have one at the bank, you have one with a financial advisor, not both TFSAs have that contribution room. You only have one limit. So again, making sure you know what that limit is if you're investing in different places. So that again kind of leans into why possibly later in life you might want to consolidate, so it's not kind of as trying to keep track of everything. But you can contribute to them at any time as long as you don't go over your limit.
Okay. I think that's it.
So we have just a few minutes, 10 minutes before lunch, for any of the speakers. If you have any questions for any of the speakers this morning, we have 10 minutes. Scott, I think you had your hand up there. You're waving at Amy. Okay. When is a good time or age to downsize?
Is that a real estate question or?
That's a good question. Do you like garage sales?
It's always a good
It's
time.
my wife. It's an ongoing process. Things come in the door, things go out the door.
I would have an answer to that as well. Just again, from the financial side, is because a lot of people will say your home is an asset and kind of help to facilitate retirement, is also considering kind of a timeline, and if those assets are going to roll into your retirement, or if you choose to stay in the home, is your assets and what your income is from all sources going to be enough? So yes, there's the side of it of, can you stay in the home? Is it going to be upkeep? That type of stuff. But there's also the financial side of it of, are you going to need those financial resources later in life? And what does that mean? So
Amy, question for you. There was a question asked during my session. How do you feel about reverse mortgages?
me?
Yeah. Do you know anything about?
Yeah, I really think that there's a lot of other solutions before you look at a reverse mortgage. It's just, we don't have a lot to do with it in per se of how I fully understand like kind of what the contract is if you were to pass or something like that. But I always find like there's ways to utilize your home and the equity in your home that is not just a reverse mortgage. I know people do not like to hear the word mortgage, but you can leverage equity in your house and even have like dividend funds pay you and the debt, stuff like that, or how to utilize home equity lines of credit. So there's other things that can be done. I'm not saying absolutely no, but I would explore all options before you actually commit it to a reverse mortgage.
Perfect. Didn't you already ask a question today?
A question over here, and then we'll take this one, and I think I saw a hand go up over there. You're good? Okay.
Registering your will with a lawyer, but if power of attorney you pick already has it and everything's agreed on, just not the legal ramifications of it. Is that okay?
Did you have it done by a lawyer, or did you just do it at the kitchen table?
So the question is, what are the implications of having a will without a lawyer if you have identified, if your will is with your executor?
I'm not sure. I got something different out of that. Did you do the will yourself? Okay. So did you hear what she's asking then?
No, I didn't hear.
She's asking that if you have a will done yourself, but if your lawyer doesn't have a copy of it, but your power of attorney does, are there any implications of that?
Yeah, it really should be held with your lawyer. That's where your power of attorney should always have a copy of it. But the do-it-yourself wills, they're not necessarily looked at as a legal document. So even if your lawyer is willing to notarize it, like I don't 100% again know that side of it, but I would have a conversation with your lawyer, even looking it over, and I would always have your lawyer hold it. That is who your power of attorney should be going to for what your final wishes are. In saying that, the final wishes of your estate in your will are just to dictate the estate. So if you have any named beneficiaries that go outside of the estate, your will does not dictate that. So if there's a situation where you really want to structure a will, not with a lawyer, you can utilize a lot of products that will bypass your estate completely, and there may only be your home in that estate, depending on what you have. But again, I usually encourage putting a will in place with a lawyer, but at the very least, I would ask your lawyer to consider holding the will that you've put together and at least knowing about it, just so everybody's on the same page.
The other thing I like is just getting more official but the power of attorney authority of Ontario expires at the time of your passing. That's why the executor is separately named. Wait, no longer there. That's pretty much, there's a little bit of weird wiggle.
They can be the same person, by the way.
They can be the same person, for sure. But they have to be.
Just their status changes.
It doesn't.
Amy, just a supplementary, Amy, do the financial institutions recognize a self-will or the executor or powers of attorney that you create yourself? Or, my own experience is that there have been difficulties with financial institutions sometimes. What's your experience, your counsel?
Can you repeat the question just so I can make sure I can hear it properly?
Who needs the counter?
Do we not have a
Question
lawyer on
repeated.
this? Yes.
Just whoever's closer to the
That's who
computer.
should be answering.
We have a lawyer on this afternoon.
Okay,
Might
perfect.
be- Answer is better.
We'll revisit that one. Steve, do you have a question?
I was just wondering, with regards to a home he's got, with an investment firm and cash. What do you think you do in advance of the taxing?
So, oh, you're gonna do it over the, yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
I don't think Amy can hear the microphone here.
No.
So his father has a home, has some cash and some investments, and they're just wondering if there's anything they can do before he passes to minimize, any tax implications in that. Is that about right, Steve? Yeah.
And how old is his father?
How old's your dad? 82.
So with any of the segregated funds and annuities, you have up to age 90, depending on what type of investments he has. If it's an RIF, registered plan, or TFSA, you can put named beneficiaries even through a bank or if you have a financial institution. I always encourage people to really consider where the RSP is going to go, because that could be taxable to the beneficiary. So depending on if there's a registered account and how much is in it, that will depends on kind of how it should flow out, but you can add named beneficiaries. If it's a non-registered account, you can easily put it into a segregated fund or annuity before age 90 and structure it with named beneficiaries. With the primary residence, if he still has it at time of passing, a lot of people will tend to put their children on the title. If you do that, it becomes a secondary property to the child. So if it's just you and it's just your dad and he puts your name on the title, that is now 50% yours, where you may have to pay capital gains. So whether he decides to sell the home and then have to structure kind of more of an estate plan with the investment side. But really the primary residence is probably better to go through the estate, even though, and the will dictate that it goes to you after, so that you don't have any issues with capital gains on your end if he was to sell it at a later date.
That answer?
But one question, and then we'll have to break for lunch.
So that child is still eligible for as a first-time home buyer when they decide to have.
Okay. Great.
Okay.
One brief thing about it.
Hmm?
One brief
Do you want to do it this after the lawyer's here?
They may correct that.
Okay.
From a practical standpoint, on the medical side, so they mentioned there's a way for arbitrary personal care, arbitrary financial matters. Sometimes they're the same, sometimes they're not.
We have a doctor here who's talking about POAs and the difference in terms of medical care.
More than one people in have conflict. So my only advice to people is I think I prevented how you want to you either want to unbalance numbers or I think that corporate provider.
Okay, with that, we are going to break. We're going to just call on Vivian to offer blessing on the food.
Thanks, Amy.
Those
Really appreciate it.
online,
Thank you.
leave your line
Thank you for
open
facilitating this.
during lunch. We're
I'm
gonna
really glad I came
reconvene
today.
here at,
Thank you.
Bye.
I have 2 p.m. So we have 45 minutes. So there'll be food that will be served in the cultural hall, the room behind this room here, and enjoy. There's tables there for the video.
Our Father in heaven, we thank thee for the blessing to listen the wisdom of some people here in earth for preparation for the golden years, Father. We thank the Father for the many blessings we receive from thy hand. We ask you to bless the food that we're gonna partake, and that will strengthen our bodies and make us feel joy. In the name of Jesus Christ, amen.
Amen.
No, we thank you though. Stand it anyway.
Yeah.
Ready to go get food now because the next one is going to be the actual lawyers.
Yeah, but everybody's on, there's nobody on. Yeah, so we're past that point.
Yes.
All right, come on, kid.
We knew this was going to be like this. Everything has to be by minute. Right.
Just sit him on this chair.
Put them on the chair?
There is a TCI here, so I'm going to be connected the computer here. The projector is there. This is some code there from.
Because I shouldn't be surprised since it's one of your specialties, though. You're French.
No, I'm not French, but I've worked in France.
Yeah.
I've got.
Thank you.
Oh, I see. I can just plug in.
HDMI, this one.
Yeah.
Yes. Now it's there. Now, we will recommend you to stay more closer this way rather than this way because the projection. Yes.
Okay.
And we're gonna be making sure that you don't have reflection. So that's why I'm gonna have to move there and there. Or maybe, and I think that would be the only thing.
Okay.
Yeah, you can plug the computer here.
Okay. Just don't want it dying partway through. It probably
That's
won't,
right.
but I would rather have.
I think
belt
this is a
and
really good,
suspenders.
powerful computer, so I don't think we're gonna be having any problem.
Computer shouldn't be a problem. But there's another presenter on before us, so.
Yes. So right now I'm going to disconnect the microphone. That's right.
So do you have a lot of people joining virtually?
Hello? Yes. Virtually, yeah. We have about 30 people joining virtually. Um, Basically, the best thing that you can do is stand here and from here to the left. But try not to walk this way because the presentation, the actual projection is there.
Sounds good. I don't want that part on the.
One second. For now. That's why you won't see it right now.
Right. Thank you so much.
No worries. They are gonna come. They're gonna give you the channel in order for you to go do the projection.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah, take me right off.
Okay. Reverberate. Dan, you and your band. Dan is a musician. He's got a couple of bands in the orchestra. We're going to Okay. Everybody Pardon. There we go. Well, we want to thank our speakers this morning. I hope you're still we have lots of questions. We have an interesting afternoon plan as well. Our next presenter is Ms. Laura Beavers. She's a supervisor at Rideau Retirement Home. Ms. Beavers she's the supervisor and resident experience at Rideau Home. Did I say that right? I tried. So it's a municipal long-term care facility in Kingston. She completed her undergraduate degree in therapeutic recreation at the University of Waterloo and then attended Simon Fraser University in Vancouver, BC to complete a baccalaureate in gerontology. She has always been helping and maintaining quality of life. Laura has worked in long-term care for 15 years, starting programs and activities, and then developed in the admission process. Laura's going to be speaking today what is how does we have people online.
retirement homes do not some retirement homes may have assistance that offers additional care. So examples of this in Kingston, and retirement homes are regulated by the and they enforce care and safety standards and support the rights of licensing, conducting inspections, and investigating. Alternatively, for some long-term they in Ontario, municipal home. There are also homes that are run by for-profit companies. So again, in Kingston, that would be homes like Trillium Center or Arbor Heights. Those ones are run by for-profit companies. Accommodation charges are the same at all homes, regardless of the type, but fees for optional services will vary. So just a little bit about how long-term care homes are governed. They're funded and regulated by the provincial government, and they're overseen by the Ministry of Health and Long-Term Care. Homes are required to follow the Fixing Long-Term Care Act of 2021, to which there are over 200 sections, as well as regulations associated to the Act, to which there are over 400 sections. The inspection branch of the Ministry of Health and Long-Term Care provides oversight and on-site inspections to homes to ensure compliance with all of these areas. Homes are also required to meet all aspects of the Residents' Bill of Rights, to which there are 29 rights to be met. So there has been a great deal of change to all of these pieces of legislation as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. The Fixing Long-Term Care Act was released in 2021 and replaced the previous Long-Term Care Homes Act of 2007. Long-term care is definitely one of the most highly regulated industries, and because of this, you will find there is quite a bit of consistency from home to home. In retirement homes, there may be a lot more variation because they aren't quite as highly regulated. So when living in long-term care, you can expect to receive some of the following services. So every resident has an individual care plan, which is reviewed at least every 6 months. You would have access to 24-hour nursing and personal care, help with activities of daily living, meals, including special diets, medication service and access to healthcare professionals, social and recreational programs, including individualized religious and spiritual services. There's typically a shared dining room, TV room, and other living areas. You're provided with furniture in your room, housekeeping services and laundry services, as well as personal hygiene supplies and medical supplies. There are eligibility criteria that need to be met in order to be considered for long-term care. To live in long-term care, you must be at least 18 years or older. We are seeing quite a change in the resident population in long-term care, as opposed to 15 years ago when it was predominantly seniors with medical issues. You know, we're seeing a wide range of ages coming into long-term care. You must have a valid OHIP card, and you need to have care needs that require 24-hour nursing care and personal care, or require assistance with the activities of daily living, or require on-site supervision or monitoring to ensure safety and well-being. And these needs cannot be met through publicly funded community-based services and other care support in the community. So if long-term care
is the right choice for you, you will need to apply with the help of your local home and community care support services. You cannot apply to the homes directly. So in retirement, you can visit a home and apply straight through that organization, whereas long-term care has to be accessed through home and community care support services. If you still live in your home and this is your first time looking for support, home and community care support services will be able to assist you with options available to you. If you're in the hospital will have a care coordinator employed by home and community care support services, and they would be able to help you with the application process. Researching different long-term care homes will help you decide where to apply. You can learn about homes on your own, or your care coordinator can also assist you in this. Placement coordinators should know about all the homes in your area, and you can talk to them about your specific needs and what you're looking for. So when you're applying to long-term care, you will have the opportunity to apply to a maximum of 5 homes. In my role at Radio Crest, I work directly with placement coordinators and help to determine eligibility, coordinate admissions, and manage the transition to long-term care. So gathering information on the homes during this time is very important, and the best way that you can do this is by visiting in person and doing a tour. Sometimes this may not be possible depending on the situation in the home, so you can always call and ask to speak to someone who's responsible for this, and you can ask questions. Some homes may also have virtual tours available on their websites so that you can view them if you're not able to visit in person. Touring is definitely a large part of my role at Rideau Crest. A care coordinator should visit you for an in-person assessment. So this care coordinator would be employed by home and community care support services. At this visit, they'll assess your health and may conduct other assessments, including a capacity assessment, functional assessment, or behavioral assessment. The care coordinator will complete most of the application with you during an in-person meeting, and then you would be responsible for completing a choice form where you will list the 5 homes you want to apply to based on preference. Homes are allowed to reject applications only for very specific reasons, such as not being able to meet your care needs. For example, a home can reject your application if you need a specific type of medical equipment and the home doesn't have it or the staff to be able to support it. So once your application is received and accepted by the homes, you would be placed on the waiting lists. Wait times for long-term care vary widely. I feel this is probably one of the most common questions that I get is how long is the wait? It is a very challenging question to answer because it just really varies on the home and what the status of the individual applying to the home is. So it's important to start preparing for the move right away because you don't really know how long that time is going to be. When a spot does become available, you'll receive an offer with a move-in date. So typically the move-in date is within a few days of your offer. So you can see how quickly that does move along. And you have 24 hours to accept or reject the placement offer at that time. And you do have up to 5 days to move in. You should be aware that you'd be expected to start paying on your move-in date regardless of when you arrive. So if you're offered a place in a home that is not your first choice, you can either accept the placement offer, or you can move in and choose to stay on the waiting list for a transfer into your first choice home, but understanding that this may take quite some time, or you can reject the placement offer. So if you're in a situation where you're turning down a placement offer for a bed in long-term care, then you will be removed from all of the waiting lists that you're on. So that's definitely a consideration you need to make when you get a bed offer for long-term care. So if you do turn down the placement, then you'd be required to wait at least 12 weeks before you reapply for long-term care, unless there's a significant change in your condition or circumstances. So because you'll need to be ready to go fairly quickly, when your placement offer arrives, preparing in advance can really help to make things go more smoothly. So you should always check with the home to see if you can potentially complete some of the admission process before the day that you move in. So you might move in some furniture ahead of time or set up the room ahead of time. That may mean, having pictures hung up on the walls and making it a little more homey before you or your loved one moves in. So when you move into long-term care, you want to make sure that you do bring certain items, machine washable clothing. Most homes do provide laundry services for residents of long-term care and label clothing for you. You would want to bring a list of recent medications. Again, most homes will have their own pharmacy that they provide medications through. And then any mobility devices or aids that you own, such as a walker, wheelchair. You're encouraged to bring personal toiletries, any other personal aids such as glasses, dentures, hearing aids, and then again, like I mentioned, any familiar items to make the room feel more like home. Pictures, bedspreads, small pieces of furniture that will fit into the room. There are certain things you should avoid bringing when moving into long-term care. Typically, this would be electric items like irons, kettles, heating pads, cleaning supplies, and your own bed or mattress. All long-term care homes do provide a bed and a mattress for the resident moving in. It's always important to just check with the home to see if there's any other items that may or may not be allowed ahead of time. So when you arrive at the home, the staff will greet you and take you to the room. They'll answer your questions and help you get comfortable. At Rideau Crest, this is a role that I take on. So when a family comes in for move-in day, I would meet them at the door, show them to the room, and just help support the resident and the family through the move-in day. The admission process typically comprises of two parts, an administrative section and then a medical component as well. So typically I tell families to be prepared to spend a few hours at the home on the first day, completing consent forms and asking questions and just supporting their loved one. So all long-term care home residents are required to contribute towards the cost of accommodation and meals. So this is called the co-payment fee. You'll see the chart up above here. So the amount of your co-payment fee is based on what type of room that you're in. So whether that be a basic, a semi-private, or a private. Regardless of the room type, all long-term care residents are entitled to the same level of care. See that very well. So the basic fee is around $1,900 a month, semi-private $2,400 approximately, and long stay private is around $2,800 a month. Regardless of the room type, all residents would be entitled to the same level of care in long-term care. So the Ministry of Long-Term Care sets the maximum co-payment fees each year. These are standard across all long-term care homes in Ontario, whether they're not-for-profit or for-profit. So keep in mind that each home will have a different configuration of rooms. So a basic room in one home may look very different than a basic room in another home. That's same as the semi and the private. And that's why it's so important to do those tours and ask to see the different types of rooms, because for instance, at Rideau Crest, we don't have any shared rooms. All of the rooms are private, typically with a shared bathroom. Whereas at another home, a basic may be 2 beds in a room with a curtain dividing. So it really depends on the home. And when you are touring, if you're touring, it's always great to ask to see all the different types of rooms so that you can get an idea of which home is which. And also the number of private rooms versus basic. So some homes may have many more basic rooms and very few private. Some may have more of an equal configuration. So depending on what you're looking for, that's something to keep in mind. So in addition to the co-payment fee that you see there, your long-term care home may charge extra services, or sorry, extra fees for additional services. Those would be things like hairdressing. A lot of long-term care homes do have a hair salon on site. If you want cable TV, telephone, or internet in your room, transportation to appointments or clinics outside of the home. Advanced foot care is often provided on site as well. And then dental services or any medications not covered by the Ontario Drug Benefit Plan. So if you are a resident and you cannot afford the basic co-payment fee, you will be eligible for financial help through the long-term care rate reduction program. So this program helps cover the co-payment fee for eligible residents who are in a basic accommodation. So if your income does not allow for semi or private, you would have to be in a basic accommodation in order to qualify for a rate reduction. So the standard sort of cutoff for the rate reduction would be approximately $25,000 annually. If your income is less than that amount, not taking into consideration assets, then you would likely apply for a rate reduction. Your rate will be based on your income, and it would include a comfort allowance. So the comfort allowance is a portion of your income that's retained for personal needs like clothing, telephone, cable, and then any prescription medications that may not be covered. So typically that's around $150 a month, and that may fluctuate from time to time. So long-term care homes will help you complete the rate reduction. As long as you have a notice of assessment from your previous year, then you will be able to do the rate reduction pretty straightforward, and the home would submit it for you and then notify you if you qualify and notify you of your new rate of pay based on your income. So once you or your loved one has been admitted to long-term care, there'll be a team of people who are responsible for ensuring your comfort and well-being. The care team consists of an administrator, who oversees the long-term care home and is responsible for its management. There would also be allied health providers such as physiotherapists and potentially social workers, a director of care who would be a registered nurse and supervising the nursing department of the long-term care home. A medical director would be a physician who is responsible for medical care in the long-term care home, and they would work in consultation with the director of care or other health professionals in the home. Typically, when you move into long-term care, your care would be transferred over to the physician or physicians at that home, and your family doctor would no longer oversee your care. You can retain your physician once you move to long-term care. However, most people do transfer to the physician at the home just for continuity. There's also registered staff in long-term care, so that would be RPNs and RNs who administer medication and perform nursing duties. And then personal support workers. So they would be the team members who are providing those activities of daily living and helping you with bathing, meals, eating, and routine daily activities. The recreation staff organize recreational activities for residents for social purposes, physical activities, hobbies and crafts, birthday celebrations, and religious ceremonies. There's also an environmental services team that looks after housekeeping and laundry services. And finally, the dietary staff. So typically that would consist of cooks, dietary aides, a food services supervisor, and a dietitian who would look after the residents' dietary needs. When you're living in long-term care, an essential part of your team is your personal support system. So that may include family, friends, substitute decision maker or power of attorney, or your congregation. In most cases, residents are entitled to visitors 24 hours a day. So most homes do not limit visiting hours unless they're in a situation of an outbreak, in which case you would be notified of that. Visitors are encouraged to attend meals, programs, and special events with their loved ones. And in some cases, if it's safe to do so, residents can also leave the home with their loved ones for visits or special meals and occasions. So each resident in a long-term care home has an individual plan of care. A plan of care is a written document that tells people looking after you what kind of care you need and how it will be provided. This would include your health conditions, the medications you need to take, your dietary requirements, and how much help you need with daily living. It may include your risk of falling, exercises prescribed by your physiotherapist, and religious practices. So every resident must have a plan of care that is reviewed regularly. And long-term care homes, we care for individuals who are independent all the way to needing complete care with all of their activities of daily living. So different long-term care homes will provide a range of activities from communal dining, in-home social activities, and group outings. Where available, homes may provide additional services, like I mentioned, hairdressing or advanced foot care. So just to wrap up, there is a lot to take in when navigating the application waitlist and move-in process for long-term care. It can be an overwhelming and frustrating experience for some individuals and their loved ones. I found that often there is a negative stigma when it surrounds long-term care, and many people are resistive to making the change for a multitude of reasons. In my position at Rideau Crest, my job is to help ease the burden of this monumental transition by supporting individuals and their families through open, honest conversations and sharing of information. If you or your loved one is currently in need of long-term care or think this may be in the future, I really encourage you to seek out that information, visit the long-term care homes, and talk to those who have been through the experience. Long-term care homes employ many caring and skilled individuals who can help to improve your quality of life and also reduce caregiver strain for those who are looking after a loved one. A move to long-term care can in fact be a positive experience for everyone involved. Thank you. Thanks for having me. If you're looking for any more information, I would be happy to provide anyone with a tour of Rideau Crest at any time. Thanks.
Thank you, Laura. We'll just save some questions till the end right now. I want to thank you for your presentation. Laura, are you going to be around for some questions? Okay, great, wonderful. So right now we would invite Mr. Eccleston and Ricky Voskamp up to the front there. Thank you. Did I get that right, Chris? Okay. So I'd like to introduce Chris Ecclestone, Esquire. He's a paramedic, a martial artist, and the owner and senior counsel at Ecclestone Law Professional Corporation Society Professionnelle on Bath Road in Kingston. Chris has been practicing law since 2004. When after completing his articling, he joined his father's sole practice to form Ecclestone and Ecclestone, LLP. Chris is one of a very few fully bilingual, French and English, lawyers in Kingston, and he is also a general practitioner offering services in most common areas of law. Chris is a co-chair of the Family Law section of the Frontenac Law Association, chair of the Kingston Collaborative Family Law Group, a provincial offenses prosecutor for the Ministry of Transportation. That's good to know. And a dispute resolution officer for the Superior Court of Justice Family Court, as well as an arbitrator. In his off work time, Chris maintains his skills as a paramedic and practices and teaches Okinawan martial arts with his wife and 4 children, each of whom holds at least 1 black belt rank. We won't mess with him today. Okay, Ricky Voskamp is currently a lawyer licensing candidate, but by the date of this presentation, she may well have been called to the bar and begun her legal career as a lawyer in her own right. Congratulations in order.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Yes,
wonderful.
thank you.
Wonderful. After obtaining her BA from Queen's University, Ricky completed the paralegal program at Loyalist College in Belleville, following which she attended law school at Lakehead University, graduating in 2023. Both the paralegal program at Loyalist College and the law degree program at Lakehead University included experimental training components, which Ricky completed at Ecclestone Law, where she will practice law in both English and French once she is called to the bar. Is the bar included with that right now?
So there's an administrative day and a ceremony day. So
Okay. I thought there was a separation day. Yes, okay, wonderful.
Thank you.
So they will present and discuss the importance of preparing or helping loved ones prepare wills, choosing beneficiaries and executors, and discuss document accessibility and costs. Discussion will also include financial considerations, including financial instruments, the POAs, pension and investment information, pre-inheritance options, advanced care plans, do not resuscitate wishes, real estate wishes, and tax considerations. So with that, I invite you to the podium. Thank you for coming.
we've already covered what's in a couple of these slides. And their favorite being of where's the cursor.
Oops, sorry.
How do we get our?
Not sure. If the PowerPoint will go back on. Oh, I see. Well, this year's post-COVID and it still takes a second for technology. Okay, wonderful. All right, then it's not just big me up there, so that's great. Hello, hi. Thank you so much for the introduction. Yes, indeed, I've been working with Chris here in Kingston. I've worked there since being a paralegal, and he's graciously let me come back year after year, so that has been fantastic. So today he's asked me to talk about powers of attorney, and we throw the term around quite often, and sometimes we don't really know what they mean, and so hopefully I can do a little bit of a spiel to explain that. So essentially, powers of attorney, and they're also called living wills, and I find that term quite useful because it really kind of solidifies and makes sense of what powers of attorney are. And so essentially, they're your wishes, what you want to happen with yourself, your personal care decisions, and your property, essentially while you're living. And so they usually only become important when you're no longer able to make those decisions. And so in Ontario, essentially, we have two powers of attorney, two types of power of attorney, essentially. The power of attorney for personal care and the power of attorney for your essentially medical, and then the other stuff, so the property, your bank accounts, everything in between, kind of like that. So what is a power of attorney? Simply what it is, it's a legal document essentially that grants someone the authority to act on your behalf on an array of matters. And so they're quite important, powerful documents that shouldn't be done quickly or lightly without much thought given to them. So the power of attorney for personal care essentially focuses on healthcare and personal decisions, and empowers an individual, hopefully a trusted individual you'd be choosing, to make important medical and personal choices for you when you're no longer able to do so. And so they become quite important documents to essentially consider when you're no longer able to make those decisions. And so oftentimes, unfortunately, the only powers of attorney sometimes only get thought about when essentially it could be considered too late, when the person is no longer able to make a power of attorney. So in order to be able to make a power of attorney, what essentially there needs to be is the person is considered what we call the grantor, the person that essentially makes the power of attorney, that it would be you yourself making a power of attorney. And what it is an important thing that we assess as lawyers to make sure that you're able to make a power of attorney is something that's called capacity. And it may sound like a very scary term, but what essentially it is us having a conversation with you to determine, to make sure that you are in your right mind and you aren't being, for example, pressured into making this choice, and that you're essentially of your own volition, your own ability to make this document. And so the power of attorney for property is the kind of the other side of the personal care. So personal care being for the medical, and power of attorney for property being essentially your property. And so how it kind of looks is that normally we meet with you and we discuss, your goals and essentially what you're hoping to get out of it. So we usually begin by asking, is there something specific that you want done when you're no longer able to make those decisions? And we have on our own practice very general forms, and you can make your power of attorney as general or as specific as you like. So you don't have to necessarily have a power of attorney that covers everything. You can say, well, for example, and I come from a family with 2 other siblings, so there's 3 of us, and we each kind of have our own skill and ability in doing things. So my sister, she's a PSW, and so we always talked about it that for a power of attorney for personal care, we're always going to put her down first in the line, because essentially what you get to do is you get to choose people that you trust and who will be making those decisions for you when you're no longer able to. And so normally we recommend that you choose them in a specific order of things instead of competing. So because if there's two children and they have to make a decision and they have to land on that decision, and if they can't agree on a decision, it becomes kind of a little bit of a problem. And so a lot of people that I talk to, they say, well, I don't want to favor one kid over the other. And so they get into this weird dilemma that they believe that the order of things usually indicate that. But like I was saying, sometimes children can have, it doesn't necessarily have to be your children as well, and it could be anyone. It could be your friend or anyone that you trust, essentially. But in that way, you can make them as specific as you'd like or as general as you like. So what's interesting about powers of attorney for personal care is that you can choose someone who is at the age of 16 to actually make these decisions for you. It doesn't have to, unlike the power of attorney for property, where it needs to be someone who's over the age or 18 or over. And so the reason probably being behind that is because when you're dealing with property, you're dealing with the bank and things like that. Whereas for personal care decisions, it may be, it could be light decisions. You know, we want to, you know, mom's not here or able to speak, and maybe the individual needs to agree to a certain treatment. And so really when you're canvassing who you're selecting to make these decisions, you have to understand that also the decisions could be pretty significant, and you want to query to see if a 16-year-old that you do decide to choose to be your power of attorney is someone that you believe is mature enough and able to make those decisions. I haven't had to select someone that has been a 16-year-old, but I would definitely be giving a spiel about you got to make sure that there's someone you can trust. Another thing to consider is for the property is someone able to have the skills to, you know, go to the bank and, you know, make deposits and understand, you know, what transfers are and this, that, the other. So you really have to select someone that is kind of, you know, at least savvy with that a little bit. An interesting thing about powers of attorney is that unlike a will, where a will becomes active when you die, essentially, these are what I refer to as living wills. They are active the minute you sign them unless you say otherwise in the document. So this is pretty important because they can easily get abused. So for example, power of attorney for personal care, and Chris and I always talk about this, about how there's kind of like a foolproof safeguard for personal care powers of attorney, because if you're here and you're awake and you're saying, I don't want this treatment, I'm still here, I'm still like, mind is here and everything, I don't know what doctor would agree otherwise to not listen to you. And if they do, well, then hopefully they're reprimanded. But a personal care for, POA for property is different, because when you have that document, you don't need to be there to sign off on anything. That person who's appointed under the power of attorney for property can take it to the bank right away and get that actually, and get funds taken whenever they want, for example. And so they're not as foolproof. So what we do at our firm is when we sign the powers of attorney for property and personal care, what we do is we give you a copy of the powers of attorney, but we give you an unsigned copy of a power of attorney for property, because an unsigned copy won't get you very far. It can show you who's the designated person, but the banks will usually require a signed copy. And so that puts in a little bit of like a safeguard there, because it kind of reduces them getting abused that way, because they don't, unlike the personal care one where you're there and saying, no, 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 you're not necessarily there at the bank every day. At least I know I'm not. So it's important to remember that, yes, again, the responsibilities of the power of attorney as well. And just one thing before I wanted to touch on quickly, because I was chatting with someone out in the hallway about it, is what you can do for a power of attorney is essentially everything in terms of banking, e-transfers, things like anything like that, making, you know, selling property, things like that and whatnot. But one thing you can't do with the powers of attorney is make a will. And so that is like a misconception that I've heard definitely before this conference today. Another thing I want to talk about power of attorneys is, let me talk about the funeral arrangements in your own, essentially. And so, yeah. So another thing I want to talk about, so I talked about when they're active, I also want to talk about the ability to revoke one. And so that's a fancy term for essentially saying, I don't want the one that I wrote before to be able to be enforced, I want the one now. And so we include a little clause, a little blurb that says anything that I wrote before this is null and void, and I no longer want that to be active. I want this one. And so that's something that can be put into a power of attorney, essentially to make sure that they are up to date and what you essentially want to see done. So essentially, what are the benefits of having a power of attorney in place? There's numerous things, but for me, essentially, I think the biggest feedback I get is that it provides essentially a peace of mind, and because you know basically the person you picked hopefully understands you on a more intimate level than anyone else who may get appointed, or the general than anyone else. And so hopefully you're choosing someone that you can trust in that way, because they are definitely making decisions about you, very intimate decisions. And so it's very important to at least have a good thought on who you would be selecting and who you can trust. And essentially why they're important as well is because they speak for yourself when you're no longer able to. And so we always envision the one example being like, oh, if I was in a coma, who would take care of this? And so that's the situation that you're kind of looking at, is like when you're no longer able to speak, at least there's a document that can explain that this is what your wishes are when you're no longer able to do so. And so essentially it helps protect yourself, and it also helps protect your loved ones as well, because it kind of gives them a little bit of a guidance on what you want to see happen when they're no longer able to do that. And so one other thing that I guess doesn't really get talked about a lot as well is and you don't have to, but going to that person and canvassing whether or not they would be willing to want to do a power of attorney, to be your power of attorney for you. Because why we choose multiple persons is because sometimes someone just doesn't want to do it. Maybe they don't want the heavy burden or responsibility of being your power of attorney for personal care, making those decisions for you. And so they might just say, no, I don't want to do it. And so what's nice is that we normally have backups. And so the next person in order can have that choice, whether they're going to step up to the plate and do that. So one important thing I would say is, if you can, would be to talk with your loved ones and talk with the individuals that you think you can trust, and maybe get an idea of whether they want to be essentially your power of attorney for one of those. And yes, those are my little blurbs on powers of attorney. So, and I believe there's a question period afterwards as well. So thank you.
Both powers of attorney and wills are documents that you draft to make sure that what you want to have happen, or who you want to make a decision for you, is what happens when you can't do it for yourself. As Ricky said, the powers of attorney take effect the minute they're signed. You need to sign it in the presence of two witnesses. Those witnesses should not be the people you're giving the power to. That's a conflict of interest. And that's one benefit of having a lawyer help you draft those. You will often then have the lawyer and someone who works for the lawyer as your witness. If the power of attorney or will is ever challenged, most lawyers know most judges, and most judges know the lawyers. So it's going to be a lot harder for someone to say, that wasn't really signed, he or she didn't really know what they were signing, this was a scam, this was undue influence, because the judge is going to look and say, oh, I see Chris Ecclestone was a witness. He's appeared in front of me hundreds of times in the last couple of years. I don't believe you. You've got a tough hill to climb. They also have hundreds or thousands of samples of my signature, so. Want to be careful who you choose, and as Ricky said, I recommend having a first choice and a backup for the backup. You can keep going. You don't have to stop at 3. The only limit on the number of people you can choose to be your attorney or your executor is the population of the planet -1, at least those who are over the age that applies. At some point, though, between just naming one person and starting to cross international borders, it gets ridiculous. That's a decision for you to make, but I recommend having at least 3, because you may be signing the document today and it may not be used for years. Are you going to be able to find those people? Are they going to still be able and willing to do the job? If you are no longer able to sign a power of attorney for whatever reason, and there's no backup, then it's just as if you didn't do it in the first place. And that means going to court, making an application, convincing a judge, and maybe convincing the public guardian and trustee to name someone else. So instead of spending a few $100s with a lawyer, you're going to be spending thousands of dollars on a lawyer in the hopes of convincing a judge. And you're not sure who's going to be doing that. It won't be you. It'll be whoever wants to look after your funds and your assets. You can make the choice now. Take advantage of it. Powers of attorney that you sign are valid from the moment they're signed, as long as you are alive. At the moment of death, the power of attorney dies with you. It is no longer worth anything. You can't do anything. That power transfers to the person who's named as the executor in your will. They step into your shoes and take over as if they were you. So when it comes to making funeral arrangements, if those have not been prearranged, that's the executor's job. When it comes to paying for the services, that's the executor's job. Looking after your house, looking after your investments, that's the executor's job. That's something to take into consideration. The first thing we're looking for when we're doing a will or planning the will, who is your executor going to be? I do a fair bit of family law, and I can tell you that the stories about family law being nasty and brutal in litigation are all true. I can also tell you that estate litigation is worse. People will spend a fortune fighting over nothing, either because they want it or they don't want someone else to have it, if it's in an estate. And the way to avoid that is to have a properly drafted will. When we draft wills, we're writing them to make sure that what you want is what's in the will. That's why it's called your will. But we're also writing it for any judge it might be put in front of. I want any judge that sees a will that I've drafted to look at it and say, I don't know why you're here, this is clear. First thing I want in the will, usually, who's the executor going to be? And again, first choice, backup. Backup for the backup, keep going as long as you want. But put a fair bit of thought into who you're choosing. Got to be somebody you trust. It's got to be ideally somebody who knows you, but it also has to be somebody who can deal with people coming at them, people fighting over things, people trying to intimidate them. They have to be able to say, no, I'm not doing that, and stick to it. When you come in to talk about planning a will, we're always assessing capacity. Okay? There's a legal test for capacity for wills, just like there is for powers of attorney. For a will, you need to know basically what you've got in terms of assets, liabilities, debts, and responsibilities to support people. And you need to know who you are and what it is you're doing. It's not a very high standard. But that has to be assessed when we're taking instructions. And it has to be assessed when you come in to sign the will, because we don't usually do it the same day. As long as you understand what you're doing and have a general, you don't have to know to the penny how much you have in investments, but you should know you have some if you do. Then you can make a will. If you have kids who are still eligible to have you support them, you need to know that. If you have an ex-spouse or a spouse, you would need to know that they are entitled to some support as well. We also want to make sure that you're not being influenced by anybody in any inappropriate way. Nobody's coercing you, nobody's threatening you. So if people call and they say, I want to bring mom in to make a will, I say, yeah, that's fine. You can bring mom or dad or whoever in to make a will, and then you can leave before I talk to them. You are not coming into the meeting. I am not taking instructions from you. I am not showing you the draft. Not your document, not your business. If the person whose will it is wants to share it, fine. If they don't want to share it, they don't have to. We actually had one client who was being coerced, and we ended up making 2 wills. Because when you make a will, unless you're doing something like having multiple wills, which can be done, usually when you make one will, you revoke all prior wills. So we make a will that says exactly what the person who's being pushy wants it to say. And then we make a will that says what the client wants. And we sign the first will, and 10 seconds later, we sign the second will. And we have instructions. Anybody comes in and asks to see the will, you show them the first will. Unless they bring proof of death, or unless you're convinced that I'm there and I'm not being coerced. Or I mention, not the fake will. Okay. So there's ways lawyers can help work around that kind of thing as well. There is more than one kind of will. You don't have to have a lawyer to make a will. In law school, they told me about a case in Saskatchewan. There is, in the Saskatchewan Superior Court's files, the fender of a tractor, which is a will. Because the farmer was out working in the field, the tractor rolled over and crushed him, and as he lay dying in the middle of the field, he took out his pocket knife and carved into the fender of the tractor. And the judge said, that's a will. It's not on paper. There are no witnesses. Probably not really in his handwriting, but it's in his hand penknife carving on the fender of a tractor as you're being crushed. Good enough. So that was a will. Now, it might have helped that what he carved was all to the wife, which is probably what would have happened anyway, but it was a valid will. You can make a will by writing it on a napkin in marker. It's legal, maybe. There are people who will sell you legal will kits, legal in all the provinces. Yeah, great. Wrong question. The real question you want answered is not, is it a legal will? Is it going to do what you want? Is the real question. When you plan to make a will, we ask a whole bunch of what if questions. First one's pretty obvious. Will only speaks at the moment of death, so the first question is, what if you die? Who's your trustee going to be? Your executor, your executrix, depending on the terminology. What if they can't do it? What if the backup can't do it? Then, what happens to your children? If you have a minor child when you die, you can put in your will a designation of who's going to look after them. That's good for 90 days. They still have to go to court to make an application to make it permanent, but it's good for 90 days. If it's not there, you may be dealing with the children's aid, placing them where they think is appropriate. Who's going to look after your property? And I don't just mean real estate. Property is anything that can be turned into money. If you can buy it or sell it, it's property. Who's going to control that? Who's going to pay your debts? What's going to happen with your pets? You deal with that in your will by making bequests or gifts on death. Two main kinds, specific and residual. Specific is something you can identify. My wedding ring, my car. Residual is whatever's left. You want to make sure you have, in a properly drafted will, what happens to what's left, because it doesn't really matter when you make the list, you're going to leave something out. And even if you don't, what you have is going to change. You're not going to know exactly what you will have at the moment of death. So a good will have a residual gift in it. And this is something that lawyers can help with as well. We were just at the Thousand Islands Legal Conference and had a session on wills. And the person presenting said she got a call from the wife who said, "I've got to meet with you right away. My husband's will, he cut me out of his will." Brought the will in. She said, see, you cut me out. I only get the residue. Yes, but there were no specific gifts, so the residue is everything. She said, no, don't worry about it. You get everything. I said, oh, and condolences on your loss. When did he die? She said, oh, no, he's at work. I just found the will. And so when we deal with the residue, it might be everything. It might be nothing. We usually break that up in terms of percentages or fractions. And every time you make a bequest in a will, I'm going to ask you that same annoying question. What if? So everything to my spouse. Well, what if your spouse dies with you or first? Well, then to the kids. What if one of the kids is gone? Well, then split it among the remaining kids. Well, what if the child who died had children? Do they get anything? And I keep asking, what if, until you say, I don't care. And then I say, all right, now you have to choose. If you really don't care, whenever your will doesn't deal with something or you don't have a will, the province of Ontario has one for you. And what it says is, if your spouse is gone and your children are gone, we look for next of kin. This is where you get the scene in the movie where the lawyer bangs on the door and says, your long lost uncle left you $1 million. They found the next of kin. So if we can find next of kin, whoever is most closely related to you, and there's a whole chart in the law to figure that out, everybody who's related to you that closely gets an equal share of what's left. But if they can't find the next of kin, everything has to belong to somebody. So who's going to get all of your assets? His Majesty the King and right of the province of Ontario, right into general revenue. Well, if you're okay with that, fine. I'll put something in your will that says, I don't care. His Majesty can have it. He's hard up for cash. If you don't like that, I'll say pick a charity. Pick an institution. And then make sure you identify that charity or institution correctly and completely. Because if you name the wrong one, that can cause problems. If you use the name that they use publicly, that can cause issues. I was involved in an estate where the person had left a significant gift to a charity called the Garrett's Island Farm Retreat to support the program that they run on their island for children with cancer and their families. Problem is that charity didn't run that program. They only owned the island. So all the money went to the wrong charity because it was clearly and specifically identified. The program didn't see a dime. And if they had named the charity that ran the program, they might have called it Camp Trillium, not its legal name. But we will ask you to show us exactly which charity. We will find their head office address. We will find their charitable registration number. And we put all of that detail into the will. And then, because what if they stop doing what they're doing? I can't stop asking myself what if either. We have a paragraph that says, if that charity never existed, doesn't exist, merged, changed what they're doing, then find one that does something similar and give the money to them. And if you're not sure who that is, ask my executor. So that if anybody ever puts it in front of a judge and says, we want you to tell us, Your Honor, the judge is going to say, I'm not the executor. Says, ask the executor. What are you doing here? So it takes a lot of work to properly plan a will. And it takes a lot of hard questions and a lot of hard thought. I strongly recommend that you have a lawyer, whether it's one of the ones at our firm or somebody else who does wills, help you draft a will so that there aren't any gaps. You've heard from some other speakers about estate planning and financial plans and probably family trusts and real estate issues. That's part of planning a will. So often it will be your lawyer and your financial planner or your financial advisor and your accountant maybe, all making sure that the will is drafted to do what you want. A lot of different kinds of wills. Sometimes they're not clear. The words you use make a huge difference. If you say, my house, give Sally my house. Well, that's just a building. It's not what's in it. It's not the property. You say my home and its contents, okay, that's the property as you usually use it. But what if your car's parked on the street and the keys are in the house? Well, she gets the keys. Does she get the car? What about your bank account? The bank book, the bank card is in the house, but the account's at the bank. Say, give them all my cash. Well, is that just the cash in your wallet or purse? Are you including your bank accounts? What about your investments? Which investments? Those kinds of problems need to be resolved and clarified in the will so that anybody looking at it knows exactly what you would want in any reasonably foreseeable circumstance, so that no judge ever looks at it, except when it's taken to court for what we used to call probate, until the government came and simplified things. So now we don't make an application for probate anymore. Now you make an application in the Superior Court of Justice for certificate of appointment of a state trustee with or without a will. I still say probate. If your assets that the will controls are in the control of a third party, they can require the executor to go and get probate. That's what proves that that is your last will and that they are actually your executor. Once that's issued by the court, then they will release funds to the executor. a lot more information about wills. There are whole law school courses on wills. I can't really cover it in a half hour or so. But we do have some more links for information here. I can make these slides available. Powers of attorney, you can download the forms for free from the government. It's illegal to charge for those forms. But it's not so much the form you need, it's making sure it's filled out the way you want it filled out so that it will do what you want. As Ricky said with powers of attorney, we give you an unsigned copy of the power of attorney for property if you want us to store the original. We also get you to sign a couple of other documents. One tells us when we're allowed to give the power of attorney to the person who's named in it. And what that usually says, although you can change this if you want, but our usual template instructions say, we can give it to them when they show up with something in writing signed by you telling us to give it to them. We can compare your signature to the one on the power of attorney that we witnessed you sign. Or we can give it to them if they show up and convince us that you are no longer able to manage your own affairs. We can do our own investigation. And if we are satisfied, then we can give it to them. That way you don't have to go and have a formal assessment done. Nobody has to go and ask a judge. But if your attorney, which is what you call someone who's power of attorney here in Ontario, I'm not an attorney, I'm a lawyer. If your attorney shows up and says, here, Dr. Smith says that Dad's no longer competent, here's a letter, they don't get the document that easily. We're going to look up Dr. Smith, make sure they are in fact a medical doctor, still licensed to practice. We're going to find the phone number ourselves, and we're going to contact Dr. Smith, who is then going to say, what are you doing asking me about my patient? What kind of lawyer are you? Don't you know about confidentiality? That's why we get you to sign the second document, which takes a full legal size page to say to every doctor, every nurse, every healthcare professional anywhere on the planet at any time, if somebody from our office asks you a question about this person, you answer it. Same answer that you would get. So when they say, what kind of lawyer are you? I say, check your fax machine. Run that by your legal department and let me know what kind of lawyer I am. And then when they give me the answers, I can decide. Suppose Dr. Smith says, well, yes, that person is my patient, and he was just up heli-skiing for the first time and twisted his ankle. He's here in emerge. So, oh, well, this letter that came from you says, thinks he's a butterfly. Can I talk to your patient, please? Guess what your attorney just tried to pull? What would you like me to do? They don't get the document. But if you do think you're a butterfly, and Dr. Smith is legitimate, they get the document. Once they have it, they can do everything with it. Genie's out of the bottle. So it's not perfect, but it's better than having them have the document from the beginning. We also store original wills. And if the executor shows up with proof of death, then they can have it. Or if they have something in writing for you, it's your document, it's not mine. You can come get it anytime you want. Otherwise, nobody's going to see it. It's none of their business. So like most lawyers, I talk too much. I didn't take the hint from the judge at our prior conference. He says, no one to shut up. I guess I'll do that now.
We've got question period coming up.
You're around for that. Mm-hmm.
to be determined at the beginning what triggers the effectiveness of the power of attorney.
Unless you say otherwise, it's effective the moment it is signed.
So you have to specifically address that it's triggered based on incapacity, at which case then they have to prove incapacity by coming to a lawyer to do that.
Well, that depends. Which power of attorney are you talking about?
Either.
Power of attorney for personal care cannot be used to override your decisions while you're competent to make them. And you have to be there because it's about your medical care. Power of attorney for property allows them to sign anything you can sign. Their signature is as good as yours.
But only after it's determined that they're incompetent?
No. As soon as they have the document. The only things they can't do is make a will for you or change your will. And they also can't take a qualifying or professional exam for you. So you could not make me your attorney for property and have me write the bar in your name. That won't work.
I tried.
So if they have an original copy, competence is irrelevant.
Completely for the property, yes. Their signature is as good as yours. Yep, they can sell your house, they can mortgage it, they can cash out your investments,
Can
they
it
can
not
sign
be
contracts.
set up where it's, so they have a copy, but it's triggered by incompetence?
You can do that, but it makes it virtually useless. Because if you have to be incompetent when I sign the document, I have to drag you and a psychiatrist around with me. I have to be able to prove, excuse me there, Dr. Smith, is he incompetent still? I'm signing, is he still incompetent? Okay, this is good.
So it's really up to the attorney whether they give out that document or not and make that person able to operate in their capacity.
But it's up to you whether the attorney gets it. Once they've got it, the law requires them to act in your best interests.
But if someone signed it with the intent of incompetence later, if you get a hold of that document and then you're free to go whether they're competent or not.
Which is why we offer to store it until they can satisfy us of that, if that's what you want. Yeah.
One example that I could talk about for a power of attorney for property where you would want it to be active before you're no longer capable is I had one elderly lady and she wasn't very mobile anymore, and so she wanted a power of attorney for property, and she specified it that she wanted it so that her daughter could go to the bank for her and do her banking for her. She was still there all capacity wise, but because of how powers of attorney for property work, because they're active the second you sign them, that's why they were able to still go to the bank and use that. And it didn't matter whether or not the elderly lady was no longer capable or capable. It didn't matter because they have the document, it's signed, it's ready to go. Because they're effective the minute you put your signature onto it. But there's safeguards, as I was saying, about the personal care. So if you're there making those, saying, I don't want that treatment, there's a safeguard. But they're normally only being used when you're no longer able to make those decisions, but they are active before that. So hopefully that make more sense.
Super. Well, thank you, Chris, and thank you, Ricky. We appreciate that. Scott, my name is spelt Saigeon. When you put that on your POA, and just let me know where your bank account is. Okay. We would like to. You'll have an opportunity as well. There'll be a question and answer period after Roy and Karma Preet. Our next speaker, we'd like to welcome Bronwyn Schubert. Bronwyn is a licensed nurse. She was born and raised in Trenton, Ontario. She obtained nursing certification from Sir Sanford Fleming College in Peterborough, 1987. Her initial training was with specialization in pediatrics. She was hired at Scarborough Centenary Hospital, where she met and married her husband. She is the mother of 3 children. In her own words, being a mother was the best job of her life. She still is. Still is the best job, or it was the best job? Still is. Okay, still is. Good. She returned to live in Trenton. Later in her life, she took refresher courses in nursing at Loyalist College, after which she was hired by Crown Ridge Nursing Home in Trenton, where she loves the people with whom she has worked for more than 21 years. Bronwyn will discuss the ways to and the importance of maintaining physical, mental, and spiritual health. She'll share information on various support services that can be accessed to help fill possible gaps between personal capabilities and the full complement of needs essential to healthy living. She'll also include options for end-of-life choices, example, a death doula, home retirements, do not resuscitate, organ donations. Also discussed will be the basic steps to follow when someone passes if you are responsible to facilitate the care and burial wishes of somebody you love. Bronwyn.
I've never done this in my life. What do you want me to do? Oh, I don't care, doesn't matter. One thing that I've learned from preparing for this is that I'm doing everything wrong. I have a lot of changes to make in my own life. And I also want you to know that there are so many resources out there. Successful aging, growing old with grace. This is one of my favorites. Why did I come into this room? And the new rules of aging well. These are just a few. And there's many more where they come from if you need any extra help. Let's see. The Lord knows and loves the elderly among his people. It has always been so, and upon them he has bestowed many of his greatest responsibilities. He has needed the wisdom and experience of age, the inspired direction from those with long years of proven faithfulness to his gospel. Ezra Taft Benson. Aging is something that Western culture has looked down upon and has caused people to try to avoid at all costs. A multi-billion-dollar industry, but the culture is changing. Acknowledging that this is a great stage of life where we can stop rehashing and obsessing about mistakes we've made. It's an opportunity to wipe our slates clean, to let go of petty squabbles and to forgive and forget, not only our others, but also ourselves. We may be retired from work, but we are not retired from life. We have a sense of purpose. There is so much to do and so much to be. Life's lessons, some of them very painful, qualify us to counsel, to correct, and even to warn our youth. Life has qualified us to help them in this crazy world. We offer a sure knowledge that things can be endured. We can enjoy an active social life. But to enjoy this stage of life, we need to ensure that we do what we can to remain physically and mentally healthy as long as possible. And like every stage of life, you need a plan. And you need to be prepared, and you need to start now. It doesn't matter if you're 85 now, you need a plan for your future. What kind of lifestyle do you want? Do you want to travel? Do you want to stay home? Do you want to babysit your grandchildren? That kind of thing. Do you want to find an active seniors community or remain in your home or live with a child? Are there things you'd like to do to help others so you have a sense of purpose? Wherever we live, our fellow citizens are hungry for the wisdom and experience of those who have lived long and well. Without volunteers, many of our cities' organizations could not survive. There are so many ways to serve. Recently, my family went to the Toronto Zoo, and there were many elderly people volunteering there, and what a great time they were having, showing the children the big gorilla hands and things like that. It was really neat. And I've been honored to be in the Trenton Citizens Band since I was 14 years old, and surrounded by men and women of all ages, including quite elderly, who were the pillars of their communities in many occupations, but got together and played some great music. And I still play with them, and I'm honored to do that. And I know my dad, in the last years of his life, joined the Rotary Club. So, I mean, he was involved in so many community things, and it just is a wonderful thing that you can do. Do you want to serve a mission? Now that requires some preparation, definitely, to figure out what you're going to do with your home and that kind of thing. What will you be doing to challenge your brain so you can retain your cognitive abilities? Well, we're going to probably talk about that some more. Do you have your stress under control so you can enjoy inner peace as you age? Are you making healthy life choices so you will be able to maintain your health? We're going to talk about that some more. Are you taking steps to ensure you won't be a burden to your family? These things need to be discussed now and planned out now. You want to have something to look forward to as you wake up each day. Aging won't stop you from learning new skills. Have you always wanted to learn to paint, do pottery or woodworking, or go back to school? There are a growing number of seniors communities being built next to universities so that the young people can benefit from the experience and wisdom of the elderly, and the elderly can benefit from the youthfulness of their fellow students. And I'm sure you know of many elderly people who've gone back to school and gotten a degree. Memory is something that we all worry about, and it has already been discussed. And just know that losing your memory over time is a normal thing. It doesn't mean you're going to have Alzheimer's. Some people get a little worried about that, but it doesn't mean you will. As we know, there are many risk factors leading to diseases like Alzheimer's, and to combat them, they seem to all have the same areas to focus on. Here we go. Take care of your heart. Now, everything we're going to list after this goes along with taking care of your heart, but I wanted to specifically speak to the women. Women most often die from heart attacks because they wait. I don't know if they don't want to believe what they're experiencing is symptoms of a heart attack, or they're too busy looking after other people and other things and think they'll take care of it later. But please, please go to the hospital, get checked out. Even if it's not a heart attack, it's better to live, to keep living. Exercise. Now, this is the hugest thing we can do as we age, is keep active physically. You can start with 10 minutes a day and then move up as you can, and aim for stronger, not skinnier. That's what Dr. Devon had said earlier. There are so many ways to exercise out there. There are apps on phones, programs you can purchase, exercise facilities you can go to, offering many types of exercise, from weights to dancing to yoga to swimming. There's so much available to us. Exercise helps your heart, it keeps your brain active, and it helps decrease the stresses in your life. Challenge your brain. Taking a course, study your scriptures and come follow me. Jigsaws, crosswords, Sudoku, reading, painting, sculpture, gardening, playing chess. There's so many things we can do to keep our brains challenged. When my grandmother was in her early 80s, she took piano lessons for the first time in her life. We were so proud of her. Listen to music. Music can sharpen your ability to anticipate events and help you to stay focused. And it's a great stress reliever. Music is magic. I experienced in my life a few times in the nursing home with residents who could not speak anymore. And when a familiar song was sung, they sung every word aloud. The Christmas carols. I heard a lady who I'd never heard speak, singing the words under her breath. It was just like a miracle to me. Read more books. Books are great because they can take us to another world. We can become other people. We can experience other cultures. And if you're having trouble seeing, there are audio books. Many books are available in large print. Manage the stresses in your life. This is so important. This starts with planning. Plan your week ahead. Pack your bags ahead. Decide what you will wear the next day. These are little things that can decrease the stresses in your life. Limit the time on your phones. They add to our stressors. Take a bath. Exercise. There's that one again. Limit caffeine and soda. And breathe. There's many different breathing exercises you can do to help with stress. Sometimes it's just a matter of realigning our expectations of life. And this is something that I have battled my whole life, being a perfectionist and expecting more of myself and sometimes others. Control or change your responses. Stop worrying. It won't stop bad things from happening. And my husband has tried to teach me that for many, many years. I know your priorities and stick to them. A little organization goes a long way. When your life feels like it's in order, you feel like you can get more done. When you get more done, you feel more fulfilled and more in control. Declutter and let go of unnecessary things. The worst stress-provoking question, what's for dinner? The stress from this question can be decreased with a meal plan. Learn to ask and accept help from others. And I know as we get older, sometimes our pride creeps in and we have a hard time accepting help from other people, but we need to remember the blessings that may come to them also. Take time for you and nurture relationships. Your social activity at this stage of your life is so important to your physical and mental health. Brigham Young University did a study finding that social isolation has the equivalent of smoking 15 cigarettes a day. That's something. One of the dangers of aging is withdrawing from the world. We turn inward as society seems to say we have no use for you. With the aging of society, more and more are going to retire. The church needs our service, our life experience. We have learned what is important and what brings lasting happiness. We can still assist in the building of the kingdom. There is no retirement from the service of the Lord. We believe in eternal progression, endure to the end. Spend time with family and friends. You may learn that the greatest mission of all is to strengthen your family. Make new friends. This will combat loneliness, depression, etc. And I would just like to say, if you have issues with family members, take care of them now. I've seen so many sad things at the end of people's lives when either their children are fighting and they're dying and they can't be in the same room together and it's so sad. Or I've seen people who have made bad life choices and have lost all of their family members, and it's just such a sad thing. And if you can do everything you can to solve those things. Oh, missed that. Eat wisely. Of course, eat wisely. Experts tell us to eat less because as we age, our metabolism decreases, so we don't need to eat as much. And I think we're all pretty familiar. There's many diets out there. I like the Canada Food Guide and the divided plate method myself. Diet and weight control are important to prevent many life-threatening diseases, as we're all aware. Water. Drinking water is so important, and most of us do not drink enough. It has so many benefits. It prevents dehydration, which can lead to headaches, constipation, lack of concentration and memory. It can also lead to urinary tract infections, which is huge in the elderly. Drinking water can lead to a healthier body, mind, and beautiful skin. And you can eat your water. There are many fruits and vegetables that contain high quantities of water, which stay with you even longer than drinking water. And that being said, I just want to tell you that bladder leakage is not usually normal, and there are things you can do to prevent it or to help decrease it. Bladder retraining, exercising, avoiding alcohol, caffeine, smoking, and powering down at bedtime. I just had a gentleman say to me the other night, I'm so thirsty, but I don't want to drink because then I'll have to go to the bathroom. I said, that will help you. You need to drink. Get enough sleep. Our bodies are actually making repairs while we sleep. We should get 7 to 9 hours of sleep. And I know sleep is a big issue. I know it always has been with me. It's hard to get sleep, but it helps your heart health. It decreases inflammation, which they are attributing to Alzheimer's. It decreases wrinkles. It helps keep your weight down. Many people have difficulty with getting a good amount of sleep each night. Try a bedtime ritual, just like we did with our children. Try not to make the ritual watching television or your phone because they stimulate the brain. Meditation apps can be helpful, a hot bath, a consistent bedtime, exercise, there's that one again. Make the bedroom dark, cut down on cat naps, avoid caffeine, alcohol, nicotine, and check the side effects of your medication. If your sleep habits are really bad, you might need to make some changes. And these are the main things that will help with your health, keep you mentally and physically healthy. And then go to the doctor. Do it for your family. Have your screenings. We are so lucky in this country to have screenings available to us. Prevention is the best medicine. And I'd also like to say, take care of your senses. Keep having your eye exams. If you're having trouble with hearing, please get hearing aids. It makes such a difference when you can communicate. And take care of your teeth for the rest of your life so you can enjoy eating, one of the great pleasures of life. It's up to you to keep your fire burning and to retain your love of life. Happiness can be found all around us, but we have to open our eyes. It's also important to have an attitude of gratitude. So these are some ways to stay happy. Get some sun and fresh air. Tackle a task from your to-do list. Reach out and keep close bonds. Send a card or an email. Do a good deed. Act happy. Research shows that this can boost your mood. There's kind of a joke at work because I'm always smiling. and it's like, I say it's painted on because I figure if I'm smiling, at least people think I'm happy. Watch a funny movie or a show. Learn something new. Follow a passion. Reconnect with your inner child. I will never forget my grandmother in her 90s. Her great grandson, he was little, like 2 or 3, and he had the little Fisher-Price basketball net. And she says, "Give me that ball." And she's sitting way over on her couch and she throws it and swish right through. We couldn't believe it. My husband and I love to play pinball, and he's built his own pinball machine now, and we love to fly kites and to build rockets, and our whole family gets to enjoy that. I was asked to talk about caring for our loved ones and what to do as they approach death. And this may seem like a morbid topic, but it can be a beautiful experience. And I've been so honored to care for so many beautiful people in my lifetime. I've worked in long-term care for 21 years now. As you heard, I went from pediatrics and newborn nursery to a mother, a refresher course, and then into long-term care. I did not think I would like it, but I absolutely fell in love with those people. And I'd like to speak to the positive aspects of a long-term care home. And I know there are negative connotations about it, but my grandmother never wanted to be in a home. And so we kept her at home, but after working in one, I really wish that she had had that opportunity. First of all, she would have met wonderful caregivers who would have loved her so much and filled her days with caring and laughter. She could have gone on outings and had the stimulation and socialization that comes with being with other people, exercising, playing games. I wish that I had known and I could have encouraged her to make that choice. Plus, it's a 24/7 facility. You can go there any time of the day or night. Let's see. And what I've seen in my years there are people who come into the long-term care and will never accept being there. And it really is sad and hard for them. It continues to be hard for them, but there are people who come in and they see the good things, they see the positive things, and they just take advantage of it. And attitude really is everything. And I know it's hard. When we get older, we get stubborn, don't we? We live in an incredible time, though, where we can keep our loved ones at home for longer. There's so many resources available to us to help with their care. All I did was Google the VON, and there was a whole page of service that they can provide, from housekeeping to full nursing care to social, cultural, recreational programs. I think I forgot to say that, VON, yes. Programs to help you stay connected, and they're easy to contact. There's a few financial assistance sites to help aid you with keeping loved ones at home. We had a sister, her husband didn't want to go into long-term care, and he was dying for 5 years, and she was able to keep him at home. They taught her how to give injections, and he had a hospital bed in the living room, and PSWs came at least twice a day, if not more, to reposition him and get him up and toilet him. And it was just amazing that they had that time. There's also many private services out there now because they see a need. I found just by Googling a place called Just Like Family Home Care, a place called VITA, a place called Right at Home Canada, which is an Alzheimer's support service. And the Alzheimer's Society has a 24/7 helpline available to help provide support and resources. But as a caregiver, you need to take care of yourself. It can be exhausting and take a toll on you. I'm gonna just talk about, ways to decrease that kind of stress. Learn about dementia. Knowledge is power. I'll never forget, we have a wonderful course available, and anyone can take it. It's called Gentle Persuasion. And the teacher, in order to demonstrate, came over to me and started to remove my sweater. And I was like, no, you're not. You know, I'm a very modest person. And she said, that's what someone feels like when you come and try to undress them. If you don't explain to them and get the acknowledgement from them that they understand what you're saying. And it really opened my eyes, because I immediately wanted to become violent. So we can understand where they're coming from. Be realistic about dementia. It doesn't usually get better, but learning about why they're acting the way they do, I think is really important. Learn to reapproach when they say no. That avoids the acting out. A distraction is a great thing. We have a basket of laundry that's been folded a million times by people who want to keep busy. Be realistic about yourself and how much you can do. Accept your feelings. You're not abnormal or a failure. It's hard. Share your feelings with others. You're not alone. The Alzheimer's Society provides a class, a support group that is so wonderful. Those people become so close because of what they share together. Be positive, because attitude is everything. And look for humor. And that is something that I have found from working in an Alzheimer's wing. There's a lot of humor there. I know being a family member, it's hard to watch your family member go through that, but by the time they get to a nursing home, all they are to us is cute and funny. So we have a great time with them. Take care of yourself, get help, and plan for the future. As we've talked about, plan ahead. Know if you're going to go into long-term care, because sometimes it takes a long time to be accepted. Community Care Access Center will do initial assessment, and then with time, as things become worse, you can have them come back and reassess. So get them on the list as soon as you can, just in case. I also was asked to talk about care of the dying. I guess the main thing about the dying is to provide comfort. And there's so many ways to provide comfort with medication and repositioning, because your bony prominences from laying in the same position, they get reddened and sore. Oh, I'm on the wrong page here. You can raise the head of the bed, provide mouth care. They get dry. Eye care and lip care, very important. And just be reassured that losing your appetite is a normal part of dying. I know I've seen so many family members get so upset when their family member stops eating, but they're not hungry. You don't have to worry. Also, you can provide physical contact, hold a hand or provide a gentle massage, a comforting mood with low lights and low music playing. If the person is still awake, involve them and ask them what they want. Be present and talk to them, not about them when they're in the room, because even if they're not there, they can hear you. I've seen, you don't have to be there 24/7. I've seen in many instances where people seem to wait until the family members leave the room, and that's when they would slip away. Each experience is different. And have a plan for the end of life. If you are at hospital, nursing home, or hospice, there will already be a plan in place. I can tell you where I work, if the family member isn't there, that I call them and offer them the opportunity to come in. A lot of people like to do this, to come in and spend a little time, maybe together as a family with the person before the funeral home comes to take them. And it's really beautiful. We have a thing called a code dove, and the person is walked out and with the family behind them, and then all the staff stand at attention, and it's really beautiful, emotional experience for all of us. If your family member dies in the home, you can call the funeral home for direction, but they will need to call a coroner, and that can sometimes take some time for the coroner to come and pronounce your loved one. I was asked to talk about DNRs, which means do not resuscitate. I'm sure that you know about that. This can be decided anytime you wish. If you're relatively healthy and have a good life, or a good quality of life, I should say, you may wish to be resuscitated if your heart stops. Many people make the decision to have no heroics, like no intubation, but will opt for treatments like antibiotics, but no CPR. There's a form to be completed and signed with witness. But know if you have completed a DNR and you would like to donate organs, they may have to keep the heart beating to keep the organs viable. I would like to conclude by saying these years can be the best years of our lives. We have so much to give to all those around us. Oh, okay, something happened. That's okay. The blue button? Okay. That's all right. I'm almost done. Don't worry about it. I have so much to give to all around us. I have so many amazing older adults in my life who have been my mentors, who have strengthened my testimony and taught me so many valuable things in life. They have been such a great example, and I want to be like them as I head into this stage. I want to be an example for all the younger people in my life. I think if you look at our general authorities, our prophet, the things, the work they do, what they accomplish every day at their ages is just amazing. So now it's time for all of us to get to work, to stay healthy, and to be around as long as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Bronwyn. That was touching. I starting to get a little misty here. There was a lot of we've had a lot of information come at us today. Lots to think about. Our last speakers are Roy and Karma Preet. They're editors and co-authors of the book Embracing the Future: Preparing for Life After Retirement. Karma Preet is a former high school math teacher, local church historian, published author, and editor and director of the Kingston Family History Center. Roy Preet is an emeritus professor of history at the Royal Military College of Canada. He is the author of 2 books and editor of 9, and is a former bishop counselor in the mission presidency. Roy and Karma served a 3-year mission at church headquarters in Salt Lake City, Utah, and are the editors of Canadian Mormons, History of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints in Canada. They're parents of 6 children and grandparents of 26. Wow, Christmas must be expensive. Roy and Karma will discuss key contributing factors to happiness in later life and actions that could lead to longer, fulfilling years of life. They'll also share consideration on how to make life purposeful and meaningful, and how to prepare a cherished legacy. So we'd invite you up to the front there. So we're going from today. You'll notice our plan has kind of gone from the medical and philosophical and legal elements that we need to consider to now, how do we enrich the time we have? What's our philosophy? What should we be doing to make life as joyful as it possibly can be? And it is. It's a wonderful time. So, Roy, Karma, the time is yours.
Was this where you were sitting? It's great to be here. I'm aware that it's getting kind of late. I wonder if you'd like to stand up for a minute or so, just to kind of rest your body. Maybe you could swing your arms, I don't know. Okay, well, thank you. I hope my voice will last. It has never failed me yet, but I hesitate to tell you this, but I asked my wife what might be an appropriate kind of dress for this occasion. She said, well, I think you could get by with your house coat and slippers. And so I was telling my barber this, and she said, oh yeah, and then you can go home for a nap. So anyhow, we want to talk about how we can to consider the opportunities that may open up in later life. Excuse me, it's for sure that if we are prepared, that we will be better able to cope with the difficulties that we may encounter, and some things we just need to plan. I, for one, for example, am a big believer in the notion of preparing a plan, prepare for the eventualities, decide on your priorities, be sure and talk it over with your wife or vice versa. Communication is very, very important, and make a budget. And I went to one of these seminars when I was 62. That was a little bit late. Might have been better at 55, but it's good to start thinking about these sorts of things, and then you can more likely to make them happen. I'm in 1 month and 1 day, I'll be 80 years old. So that's, I can tell you how to get from 65 to 80, but the next 15 years, I'm not too sure about. So that's led me to think a little bit about how can I manage the next 15 years or 7 or 5 or who knows how many. So I thought, well, I'd better look at some basic principles. So some principles for the greater enjoyment of life, I think, are a positive mental attitude. Recently, I got some hearing aids, and you can think about hearing aids from 2 points of view. You say, oh my goodness, I'm getting so old and decrepit, I even need hearing aids. Or you could say, when people get a little bit older, some of them get a little hard of hearing, and isn't it wonderful that modern science and technology can help me? So that's so I decided that I'm going to run with the best scenario I can imagine. That the Lord might, I don't know what's in store, but I'm going to try to make the best of it and look out in the most positive way. An attitude of gratitude, we talked about that already. Another thing that has come out very strongly is that we need to keep active. Outreach, to live a life of activity. We don't want to become couch potatoes and spend our last years anchored in front of the television, or you get dumber every day if you do that. But we need to be engaged in an outreach program of some sort, an attitude of service. We have a daughter who manages 3 senior facilities, and she pointed out that some people can't get out and serve at a soup kitchen or whatever, but you can always smile at people or say a kind word or do a kind deed. So an attitude of service. If we just focus on ourselves, we're going to wither and shrink, but we need to be good listeners and find out what other people, what their needs are, and that will help quite a bit. I mentioned good communications with family and friends. We all need social interaction. Some of us like more social interaction than others, but it's a human need that has to be attended to. And follow the gospel of Jesus Christ. The Savior said, I am come that they might have life and that they might have it more abundantly. In other places we learn that he who doeth the works of righteousness shall receive his reward, even peace in this world, and eternal life in the world to come. Now, I'm sure that many of us are quite agitated by the state of the world, and we spend too much time in front of the television, and some people have to go for counseling because they're so distressed. But I think that we should be assured that, as our prophets have told us, that this is the greatest time. President Nelson has said that the greatest miracles we will see the greatest miracles that we've ever seen, and that we need to look at things from a very positive way. So that's about what I'm going to say on the start. We want to talk about two keys that we think are two things that are very important for happiness in later life. One is family relationships and family heritage, and Carmen's going to talk about that, and then I'm going to come back on service. We believe with Longfellow that age is opportunity no less than youth itself, though in another dress.
When President Sagen opened this meeting this morning, he was talking about how the various speakers and presenters today were going to come and share from our professional stores of knowledge. Now, you just heard that I'm a former high school math teacher, and I want to reassure you that my presentation, I'm not going to make you do quadratic equations. For the purpose of this presentation, we can say that I'm a professional grandmother, because as you heard also, we have 26 grandchildren. As senior citizens, by and large, we have more discretionary time than we used to. We don't have little children to take care of. We don't have employment to go to. I'm sure we all have lots of things we're doing, but this is kind of a window of opportunity when we do have some discretionary time. There's lots of things out there to do, lots of entertainment, lots of ways to pass the time, lots of things to do, lots of opportunities to do nothing at all. And how do we pick and choose what we're going to spend this precious time that we have in the later years of our lives? I was very impressed with a conference talk from the last conference where President Ballard spoke about something that was engraved on his wife's tombstone, one of the sayings that were kind of her philosophy of life. It says, "What matters most is what lasts longest." Our families' relationships are among those things that last the longest and that matter the most. So my presentation is going to be on how we can use this precious time in our later lives to strengthen our family relationships. And it's kind of daunting because I recognize that all of our families are different, our circumstances are different. We have different personalities, a lot of different things. I'm going to share some experiences that I have had. I'm not saying that these are the only way to go about this or that these are the only things that would work, but I'm just throwing them out there as some ideas that have worked for us. If they don't work for you, then do whatever you do that works for you. And if maybe my experiences will help to say, well, that wouldn't work in our family, but we could do something different that's a little bit similar and we could get the same results. So that caveat, okay, we have 6 children and 26 grandchildren. Most of them live considerable distance away from us. They grew up right here in Kingston, but they've gone all over the place. We have children in New York and Utah and Alberta, and anyway, they're all over the place. So building and strengthening family relationships with our grandchildren has been kind of a challenge. Modern technology has been very helpful, especially in recent years. We've sort of learned how to use Zoom and various text messaging and all that. We didn't know too much about that a few years ago. Sharing digital photographs and videos. These help us to maintain an awareness of our grandchildren's activities, track meets, concerts, science projects, prom dates, graduations. Even though we can't attend all these events, we can follow them online and we can show sincere interest and make informed commentary in our communications with them. Writing regularly to grandchildren serving missions is another way to strengthen relationships that's been very fulfilling for us. I frequently exchange text messages with a granddaughter during Blue Jays games. I send star maps and notices of upcoming heavenly events to grandchildren who share my interest in astronomy. Each of you will have a different formula for cultivating these relationships. The main factor is being willing to invest the time and effort. Family reunions have been a very successful means of strengthening our family in the years since our children left home. Even though this involves considerable sacrifice and travel expenses, our family has found it very worthwhile to gather together regularly. Children have taken turns hosting these events, and everyone participates. They take turns providing and preparing and cleaning up meals, and they take turns organizing and conducting activities. It's fun to get all the cousins together. They don't live close to each other, and it's a real treat to see cousins bonding, and there's just something about being cousins that even though you don't see each other often, that as soon as you get together again, they connect. Our most recent reunion was in Utah last July, where we spent 4 glorious days together, where activities included a whole spectrum of things such as a beach day, a hike in the mountains, a family trivia game, a temple trip, and a home run derby. Elder Ballard says nurturing these important relationships is a choice. A choice to be part of a family requires commitment, love, patience, communication, and forgiveness. There may be times when we disagree with another person, but we can do so without being disagreeable. In courtship and marriage, we don't fall in and out of love as though we are objects being moved about on a chessboard. We choose to love and sustain one another. We do the same in other family relationships. Okay, that's the end quote from Elder Ballard. President Nelson's profound recent conference address entitled Peacemakers Needed gives us wise and inspired counsel on avoiding contention and healing wounds in our family relationships. Each of us should reread this inspired talk with the idea in mind to look for ways that we can nurture and heal family relationships. Another initiative that has been very meaningful to our family is learning how to know our ancestors better. I've often thought that getting to know our ancestors is a very important thing, so that after we die and we meet them in the spirit world beyond, they won't be complete strangers to us. We'll recognize them and we'll be able to resume our relationships there. For many years, I wished that I could collect biographical information about some of my remarkable ancestors and share these with my children. I thought this was an important thing to do. I'd heard some really neat stories about some of my ancestors, but it just seemed like too big of a job, and it never happened. Then finally, in 2006, I finally figured out how to do this. I decided I didn't have to make this project, I didn't have to do all the ancestors in one great fell swoop. I would just start small. So that year, I went out and I bought 7 binders. This is one of them. It says, Our Noble Heritage, Inspiring Stories of Our Ancestors. And I bought 7 of these. I bought one for ourselves and one for each of our 6 children. And that year, I put into the binders pedigree charts so that the various ancestors could be identified, just how they fit in. And I did biographies of 4 ancestors. The biographies weren't long. They were, I set a limit for myself of 2 pages maximum, single-spaced, typed. So you can cram quite a lot of information in 2 pages, but it's not so long that people will say, oh, well, I can't read that. Well, our children were just delighted with this idea. They were so thrilled. And I promised them that there would be more pages coming. Well, to date, I have 26 ancestors in this binder. I haven't done it every Christmas, but every 2 or 3 years, I generate a few more pages and send them out. And our children love it. And our grandchildren love it. And they use this as a resource in their families. They use it for family home evening lessons. They can find stories in here that are inspiring to them. I had a granddaughter that had to do a school project on an ancestor that emigrated to the United States. And I said, oh, well, there's a few of them. And so I mentioned some of them that were in this binder. And so she was able to give a little biography of someone who used to live in Scotland, and then they came to the United States, and this is what happened to them. So it's kind of exciting. So this is an ongoing project, and I hope I'll be adding a lot more pages to it in the years to come. As we go through life, we learn a lot from our own experiences. We can learn and greatly benefit from various kinds of experiences. We can also benefit from the experiences of our parents, because they share things that they have learned. And we can expand this circle of experiences that we can draw from by learning about our ancestors and different kinds of experiences that they had, different challenges that they faced, and the kind of how faith in God and strong character helped them get through some very difficult things. Among my ancestors are people with a wealth of experience of all kinds. One ancestor lost his leg as a young father, but he continued as an amputee to live a long and productive life. He's a great example to our family. One great-grandmother was deserted by her husband, leaving her alone to care for an infant son. This was way back before there was any kind of social safety net. I admire her great courage and fortitude. Several ancestors suffered the death of a parent at an early age. Some endured the loss of a spouse when they still had young children at home. One set of great-grandparents had the heartbreak of losing a 6-year-old son drowning in an irrigation ditch. My mother's parents received the devastating notification that their son was missing in action during World War II. Many fervent prayers went up to heaven on behalf of this son for many months. Finally, when the war was ended in 1945, they received the happy news that their son had been found in a Japanese prisoner of war camp. And although he was severely ill and malnourished, he was still alive, and he did regain his health and was able to rejoin his family. This is a great example of an answer to prayer that is an inspiration. I'd like to tell you a little bit about another ancestor named Sarah Jane Marlar. In 1850, she was 15. Her family, her large family, was traveling. They were very far from home on a riverboat, and this dread disease, cholera, came along, and her family became very ill. They had to get off the riverboat. They found a place to shelter themselves, but no one would help them because they were so afraid of cholera. Every member of the family, except Sarah Jane, became desperately ill. And she cared for them all by herself. Within a month's time, her father died. 3 of her sisters died. Her mother was pregnant at the time. Her mother went into premature labor, and Sarah Jane had to help deliver this stillborn baby. Finally, the rest of her family recovered their health and were able to move on. Sarah reported that only through constant and fervent prayer was she able to endure this difficult time. This wasn't the end of Sarah Jane's life of misfortune. She got married at 16. That wasn't a misfortune, but she had 4 children right away. And when she was 23, her husband died. He was actually killed by Indians, but anyway. So she's left a widow at age 23 with 4 young children. Anyway, she lived to be 92 years old. During that time, she married again. She had 6 more children. Some of her children died, and she had a lot of sorrow in her life, and through death and disability of some of her children or their spouses, she ended up taking primary care of a number of her grandchildren, even into her senior years. But in the midst of all of this sorrow, she kept a positive attitude. She was cheerful. She was known as a Trojan for work. She was a very hard worker. She did a lot of compassionate service in her community. She was a wonderful, wonderful woman who never let all these hardships and sorrows get her down. She made a positive contribution throughout her life. What an inspiration she is to me. And I've written about her in my binder, and I hope that her story will continue to inspire generations. In the Book of Mormon, the prophet Alma gave some wise counsel to his son Helaman, to whom he was entrusting the sacred records. Alma explained that the record of God's hand in the lives of the people would enlarge the memories of the people and strengthen their faith. And he thus encouraged Helaman to continue keeping records and keep a permanent record of these stories of faith that happened to the people. I would suggest that by gathering and writing the stories of our ancestors, we can pass on spiritual heritage to our children, grandchildren, and generations yet to come. These records can enlarge our memories. We can be strengthened and inspired when we have sorrows, hardships, and challenges in our lives, by reading how our ancestors faced similar or worse adversity and endured with faith and courage. For example, when I think about Sarah Jane, I feel deep gratitude to her for her strength, and my own challenges seem rather minor. I hope that my brief remarks have given each of you some ideas on how you can use the precious time that you have in your later years to strengthen your family relationships and build a spiritual legacy for your family. Many of you are already doing this, probably much better than I, but I hope I've given you some ideas of things that you can build on and continue. This will greatly enrich our lives and significantly bless the lives of those who follow us. Families truly are of the greatest worth because they last the longest. In the name of Jesus Christ, amen.
When we thought about writing this book on retirement, there were a couple of questions in our mind. The one is the first one, which is common to everybody, is when we retire, if we retire, or in the case of women who are stay-at-home mothers, when they get to be empty nesters, that they have an increment of time. You no longer have to get up at 6:30 or so and drive to work and work all day and come home, you might keep working, but you know, time is the most precious of all gifts. What can you do with your time? And then as Latter-day Saints, I was surprised when we went to this retirement seminar in 2005, put on by the public service. It was brought to our attention, a study done in Utah by Ray Merrill, who pointed out that Latter-day Saints live on average, about 6.5 years longer than other people. The precise numbers here, Latter-day Saints live an additional 7.3 years for males and 5.8 years for females. Well, why is that? Well, I guess trying to pin it down, we have a health code that we follow, no tea, coffee, alcohol, street drugs. The tobacco itself counts for about 2.5 years of extra life. The studies have shown that good intersocial interactions, good interpersonal interactions, I meant to say, account for about another 2.5 years. And people who go to church actually live a year longer than others. So I'm not sure where the 6.5 years comes from precisely, but according to Brother Merrill, I call him brother because we call each other brother and sister in our church. But so we've got a lot of time on our hands. What are we going to do with it? Well, we also have the remedy for that, of course, that we don't believe that we ever retire from service to the Lord. So you can volunteer in the community. President Sagan, whenever I travel with him, tells me about what exciting time he's having volunteering for Habitat for Humanity. Wonderful experience to get out in the community and feel good about it. I learned that you feel the Spirit of the Lord in many, many ways. But we have some other things in our church that not other people have. And the first one that I want to talk about is senior missions. My wife and I served a mission in Salt Lake City. Some might say that's like carrying coal to Newcastle, but what are you doing in Salt Lake City? But anyhow, that's where we went. And senior missions are not like the young missionaries. They go out and they're assigned to wherever the Lord decides to send them, but you get to negotiate a little bit if you're a senior. And in our case, we were both trained as historians. So it was marvelous that we got to assign to write history and research history. So we were there for 3 years. It was an 18-month mission, but we kept extending it. And then we had to go back for 6 months just to finish our project. But what did we do? Well, when you go on a mission, you generally leave a magnificent home and you go someplace in the far boonies where there might be some vermin or cracks in the walls or all kinds of problems, bad internet and who knows what. But anyhow, we went from Kingston here, which, is a fairly nice group, but struggling a bit, to Salt Lake City, right to the head of the church. So that's one thing that's a little bit different. And then most people leave their family where they are all connected with their family and go to some place where there's, they can have to keep up with them through Zoom or whatever. Well, most of our kids live in Utah, so we went down there and had this wonderful opportunity establishing relationships with the grandchildren. And then most people go from a nice house and live and I mentioned that, but we went to an apartment that was better than the house we live in. So anyhow, that was pretty good. Anyhow, we had one of the general authorities tell us that if you like it too much, you only get half points. So anyhow, but this was a great opportunity. I got to work side by side with this marvelous woman. We've been married now 53 years, and I'll have to tell you that my regard and respect for her grew immensely just to work day by day on this big project. And so That was wonderful. You're going to see some of the work that we did here a little bit later on. I think some things we're going to have you, some people who are going to be honored. So anyhow, and the one thing that we did do that we never did before, we were at the church headquarters mission, which looks after family history and church history and a lot of administrative positions. By the way, there are all kinds of listings. You can go onto the church website and find the different places where you can serve. Some go to Africa and dig wells, and others go to different places all over the world. Where they can use some of their skills from their employment. But I sit side by side with Elder Gamalius, who taught me how to do family history. I've never, for 2 weeks, side by side, I never cleared a name for temple work in all of my life. But by the time we finished, we had cleared 26 names for temple ordinances. And I've never looked back. It's been wonderful. It's so wonderful that I'm now doing a project with grandkids. I meet with about 7 of them every week if they're not busy with other things. And we've got a project going which is just absolutely wonderful. We're working on some reserving some names from other people's work, and it's quite wonderful. So this mission was the great experience of our life, and I mean, how could you can't really replicate it. I can't take you there with me, but I can tell you that it just like the young missionaries, an older mission can be very meaningful. And the other thing, of course, if you want to really raise I'm talking to Latter-day Saints now, and I hope the rest of you don't mind. But if you really want to raise your spirituality, what you need to do is go work in the temple as a temple worker. We've got a temple here in Toronto where we do work for the living and the dead. And this is the holy house of the Lord, and it raises your spirits. You get a new insight, a new profile, a new understanding about your relationship to God. It's marvelous. So go work as a temple worker. Anyhow, there are many other things that you can volunteer for, but what I'm trying to point out is that in the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, that because of our beliefs and our practice, that there are many, many opportunities for people to go and serve locally, like Brother Lindsay here or President Sajan, who work voluntarily for maybe 10 or 20 or maybe 40 hours a week. I'm not sure how much, 30, probably 30. And when we're helping other people, this is when the Lord blesses us. When we're old people, there's not much, I ask myself the question, what's the purpose of aging in the divine plan? We're eternal beings on a temporal journey here. We're born, we're going to die, but why get old? And so I tried to figure this out, and I can't really know. There's not much in Scripture about it, but I do have a couple of insights, and one is that it's probably preparation for the next part of the journey. So we're going to get ready. The prophets say now is the time to prepare to meet God. So that's the first thing. And the second thing, I think, is to try to develop the attributes of godliness so that we can go and live with our Heavenly Father. If pride is our big obstacle, this declining period of our life sure helps you get away, lose your pride. I mean, it's you get to realize that you're fairly finite in your relationship to others. So that is quite important. But there is a little bit in Scripture that, and I'll conclude with this, if I can find it here quickly, that some ideas on the purpose of aging, just a little touch that will maybe enlighten us a little bit. The Scriptures talk about wisdom among the aging. And the prophet Joseph Smith said that if you want to run a good council, you should get a couple of older men in there so that to draw on their wisdom. So in Job, when Job says that talks about wisdom among the aging, that we maybe our cognitive ability might not be so great, but I do think that there is accumulation of wisdom. The scriptures say that the older generation will declare God's power to the next generation. We're guardians of the heritage. My wife, when she talks about what she's telling the grandchildren, she's the gatekeeper. She's telling them what the next generation, she thinks, needs to know. And the Psalms talked about the righteous shall bear fruit in old age. And then the one that I like the very best is this one from Isaiah, that God will not forsake the elderly. And I really love that because I am one. I say these things in the Lord's name. Amen.
Thank you. I'd like to thank all the speakers today that came, the time that you dedicated to come here and inform us, and those that are online as well. This is being recorded as well, and we'll get the permission of those that have spoken to us today before we put that online for others to benefit from. We'd like to acknowledge those that have helped organize this, Gail Deglish, Roy Preet, Dan Scher, Rocky Palmer, Doris Boravarge, Steve Harvey, Cesar Gavidia. He's done a lot. You've seen him running around here today. We have a little bit of time right now for some questions. So a number of our speakers are still here. So if there are some questions that you have, I was just kidding. Yes. Okay. One there, one there. For Laura? Okay. We have a microphone here, so Cesar, can you run the microphone around there so we can, so those that are online can hear that? Okay.
The home and community care support, yes. When they apply to that, and they assess, is the decision of who gets into the homes, is it based on the assessment who needs it the most or the length of time they've been waiting?
So the application goes directly to each long-term care home you apply to, and then someone at each home is designated to review the information and determine whether the person is, appropriate for care and long-term care. And then once you're on the wait list, there are different designations of priority. I didn't quite have time to explain that, but so number one on the list would be crisis. So that would be up to the care coordinator to determine if that person is considered in a crisis situation.
So if they had no place to live.
Absolutely, or if there was a lot of caregiver strain, there's different criteria. So if they are
more so than they've been on the list 3 years.
Yes. So right now, because there are so many people on the crisis list, unless you're on the crisis list, it might take some time. Now, that being said, if you're looking for a semi-private or a private accommodation, that does tend to move along a little more quickly because a lot of people are in a financial situation where they need to be in a basic room.
I'm not holding you to it, but we hear such horror stories.
Yeah.
5-year waiting list, 3-year waiting list, this.
Yeah.
Do you give us any sort of semblance of how long?
So the reality is that at this point, if you're looking for a basic accommodation, it will likely be that it's not until you're on that crisis list that you're going to be going into a long-term care home. So when you are on that list, though, it's a matter of weeks to months. There are also other designations though. So if your spouse is already living in a long-term care home, that gives you priority. There are social and spiritual considerations for those who are applying for, let's say, Providence Manor. So there are sort of different levels.
Okay,
Yeah.
One paradox people often are surprised at for long-term care applications. If somebody goes into a hospital and needs long-term care placement, for the most part, for the most part, if you're in hospital, you're considered a lower priority replacement than somebody from the community. So there's a paradox, and the rest of that often in hospital care is families will bring somebody in when they're getting very distressed, thinking this will speed things up from that paradox.
Okay, next question.
I have a question about the power of attorney. Just because this happened to a friend of mine back east, is it true that if a power of attorney abuses their authority, like abuses that position, and they're not acting in the best interest of the person, can that not be cannot legal action be taken and then that person be removed?
Yes, I do understand that there is, I believe it's an application to the court. I would be aware specifically of the application, but if someone's not doing what they're supposed to be doing, and you're, for example, thank you, they're lowering it because they know how short I am. Yeah, so essentially, if that's what's happening, it looks like an application to the court, and you would get into court and you would explain, essentially what's been going on and have them essentially removed. I believe there's a whole standard of requirements and whatnot and information that the court will need, but there is mechanisms to do that, yes.
Okay. That's what I thought.
So this is actually a question for my husband listening online. It was after the lawyers talk. He wanted to know is what happens to debt. Would we be getting dumped with, say, and this could be for anyone, parents' debts or credit cards, school debt, mortgages, mafia, you know.
Chris is our expert mafia.
Well, I can only answer legal questions, so mafia, you'll have to talk to them. But legally, you cannot inherit debt. What happens is the person's debts and taxes have to be paid from the estate first. So the debt and taxes might eat everything up. But if there's debt left over, it's just gone. If there's asset left over, that is then distributed based on the will, if they have one, or on the laws of intestacy if they don't.
Owner of the property and you're still living, what would happen then?
Well, that'll depend on how you're a co-owner and whether you have insured it. And often when you go and you take a mortgage from a bank, they will try to sell you mortgage insurance. You're usually better off to go to an insurance company and get a term life policy. You'll pay less and get more. But if the mortgage is insured so that on the death of one person it's paid off, then it's paid off. If it's not insured or not insured through the banks, then you would have signed on as a co-borrower for the full amount. So the bank would be able to come after you. It would also be attached to the property.
Okay, but if the property was just sold right after, it wouldn't be, you would be just responsible until it's sold, right?
Yes, and the mortgage being secured against the property means the proceeds go to pay the mortgage first.
I have another question along that lines when it comes to property, because you mentioned about ownership. Now, if they're joint tenants as opposed to co-owners, is there a distinction there? Because my understanding, if they're joint tenants owning the property just automatically passes to the other joint tenants and it doesn't become part of the person's estate. But if they were co-owners, so if I co-owned a property with somebody, I owned 50% of the property and they owned 50% of the property. So 50% of the value of that house goes into my estate, whereas their 50% ownership still is theirs. How does that work?
You're close.
Okay.
Joint tenants are co-owners. There's two ways you can have more than one person own real estate. They can be joint tenants or tenants in common. The presumption is tenants in common. And if you're tenants in common, you each own a share of the property and it's controlled by your estate. You can sell your 1/2 interest in the house on its own if you can find someone who wants to buy it. Haven't seen any of those in real estate listings ever. Who wants to buy a 1/2 interest in a house when anybody else can move in with you and you can't do anything about it? Not a very big market. If you are tenants in common, then the group of people who are tenants in common and who are alive own the property. So if you are tenants in common and with one other person and that other person dies, you then own the property by operation of law. There's still some paperwork to do, although it's paperless, we're told. It's on the computers now. But you own the property. You also get the mortgage. It's attached to the property. If you are the sole surviving joint tenant, then it comes into your estate. And that's one of the things we talk about when we're talking about planning a will. One way to avoid paying tax on that value is to have somebody else be a joint tenant, but you've got to be careful who. I did have one person who put their child on title, and then they wanted to renew the mortgage. Child can't sign. That was a problem. So lots of things to think about.
I just had 2 questions. So just as you were speaking, it is still for you, Chris. Sorry about that.
I had to run away.
It's the most complex, so you're going to get most of the questions. As you were talking about wills, and so you were saying that in your specific business, you do have the option for people to keep their original wills on site.
Yes.
But so then, is there a fee for people to have additional copies of their will with them?
We normally would give the person a notarial copy to take with them.
Okay, and they can make copies of that?
Yes.
If they want to.
Sure,
Okay.
sure. It's just paper.
Mhm.
The notarial copy is a little bit special because if something were to happen to the original will and it were destroyed by accident, the notarial copy can serve in place of the original. A photocopy of a notarial copy can't do that.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay, that's good to know. And then the other question was going off of the earlier question. So, for example, if like managing, parents' estates, if there was debt that would take out all of the assets, because I've heard that as an executor, there is a fee that is paid to you for acting as their executor of their will.
Yes.
Is that correct? So would you receive that before the debt wipes out the assets, or if the debt can wipe out the assets, then you don't receive that fee as an executor?
It would be another legitimate debt of the estate. There's no set amount that you get. There's no set percentage. It has to be reasonable. Courts love the word reasonable because it means whatever they want it to. There are some tests where you'll hear the judge say a reasonable person, reasonably informed of all the reasonably relevant circumstances, but reasonably, yeah, we get it, just tell us what the answer is. A reasonable person is the judge. If you have a very simple estate and you don't have to do much, you're not going to get much. But if the estate goes into litigation and you've got complex property issues in different jurisdictions and people are fighting and you're having to file tax returns in different countries, you did more, you get more. Ultimately, what it comes down to is you submit an account, starting to the beneficiaries, saying, here's what I've done, here's what my executor's compensation fee is. And then they can say, yeah, that's reasonable, or forget it, you didn't do that much work. And then you end up in front of a judge who will decide what is reasonable. But that's a debt of the estate that factors in with all of the other unsecured debts. So if it's a mortgage eating up all of the value of the estate, well, they're secured, they get it first. Otherwise, it's another unsecured debt, but it is also taxable income in your hands.
Okay, thank you.
I think we have time for 3 questions, if we have, and then we'll close.
Getting my steps in.
The exercise.
Had a will done and filed it with her lawyer.
Right.
And then the lawyer died.
Mhm.
And she tried calling the office after she found out they died, and no one answered her calls. She has no idea where the will's gone. That's supposed to be with the lawyer or with a lawyer. So is there a way to find out who the lawyer is?
Absolutely.
Oh.
The first thing the Law Society does when a lawyer stops practicing is they come down to their office and they take over everything. And they want to see 2 things. Show me the wills. Show me your trust account. The lawyer was in the middle of a murder trial. Don't care. I want the wills. I want the trust account. They take control of the trust account immediately, and they try to find another lawyer to take the wills. If they can't find anybody, then they take it. The Law Society of Ontario Trustee Services.
Okay.
And they keep track of what happened to those wills. So you can call them on the Law Society's website, lso.ca, Trustee Services, toll-free number, tell them who the lawyer was, and they'll tell you who got their wills.
Great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
In regards to wills, are sorry, are lawyers required to keep copies of their wills, or it's just a choice or a service?
It's up to the lawyer.
Up to the lawyer, okay.
Some lawyers refuse to store them. Others, you will use online services. Some will hang on to them. They are. They're important and they're complicated.
The good news is this one's not actually about wills. So advanced care directives. None of us had a chance to speak about them today. Just looking for your opinion on them. Is it something that is comfortably within the purview of lawyers, or are you more familiar with it going through the physician route, or is it kind of a blended thing?
Kind of a blended thing. We will build into our powers of attorney for personal care some indication of what sort of instructions would be given. So it's not binding, but we have a couple of provisions we build in. One is the most common, which is if I have a reasonable chance of recovering a reasonable quality of life, I want to take the chance. But if I'm just going to be technically alive and I'm never going to have a good quality of life again, or not likely to, let me go. It's still up to the attorney to make the decision, because we can't tell what kinds of experimental treatments are going to be coming out, what sort of new drugs might be there. I mean, there's no way to know. So we can't build in very clear, detailed, I will do this, I won't do that, because who knows what the new treatment is. It's not binding, but what it does do is it gives the attorney a ton of support. If anybody, like another family member, says to a judge, no, 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 he or she would never have wanted that. Well, the judge can say, I see right here in the power of attorney document they signed when they were competent, they say they would have. And that hopefully would put a pretty quick end to that. The other option is, I want to be alive as long as I can, do whatever it takes. Or you can come up with your own.
So,
So an executor is an estate trustee, and a trustee is required to account. The beneficiaries can sign off on the account without requiring what we call a formal pass. Or they can say, no, you're going to pass your accounts past the Superior Court, and I'm going to challenge you on some of it, or all of it. Any beneficiary can require that at any time.
One last question here.
Hi, my question is, you have to have an executor in the same province, right?
Much better idea.
Because my thing is, my family and my children are in Alberta, and I'm here. And
Yeah, well, in Alberta is better than outside the country. But if you're outside the jurisdiction of the court, and since we're talking about the Ontario Superior Court, if this is where you are when you die, they may be required to post a bond, which is an insurance policy, usually 3 times the value of the estate, so that if the beneficiaries go to court and say the executor took off with all the money, they get to the insurance company, and then the executor has to deal with an insurance company who have got lots of money to hire lawyers to chase them and get it back. You can build provisions into your will saying, I don't want you to make them have a bond, which is, again, not binding on a judge. You can't tie a judge's hands. Not even a judge can do that to another one. But it does give an indication that not only do I trust them, but I don't think there needs to be a bond, and I don't want to put them to that expense.
thank you.
Sure.
Well, thank you. Thank you, everyone. Okay, I'd like to thank everyone for coming today. It's been a long day. There's lots to think about. I hope you had a lot of your questions answered today. If not, I hope you've written them down, because there's a lot to learn and a lot to think about. But it's worth having a conversation with your loved ones about these questions and to prepare. As I mentioned, preparation precedes power. You want to empower yourself. You want to empower your loved ones to be able to have a meaningful, joyful, wonderful experience in life, and to be able to cope the best way they can with the challenges that they may face in time. And this was the intent of this conference today, is just to try to empower people to understand choices that you have and your loved ones have. With that, we'll close this meeting as we normally do in the church with the closing prayer, and we've asked Roy Preet if he would offer that benediction.
Our Heavenly Father, we're very grateful to have been able to gather here today under such favorable circumstances, and with the benefit of modern communication, to be able to communicate also with those many people who are watching on Zoom. We're grateful for these community members who have come and donated of their time freely and presented us with wonderful information. We're grateful for the input of so many people in this conference, and for the many things which we've learned, the things which have been brought to our attention. Help us now as we part, that we might prepare ourselves for the Sabbath day, that we might worship Thee always, we pray in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Yes, I assume that I should
should be done in time for a change. We'll see how it goes.
Okay, good.
It'll be the same key.
Mention it's coming up.
You don't have it?
I do not have this. Thank you very much.
Have one of those?
No, that's awesome. Thank you. Is it just one person? My wife. Okay. So if you have a